Okay, I think we're ready to roll. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Nice to see everybody here this morning on day one of our budget. It's going to be a long week as we progress through the budget. I just want to say thank you to everybody for all the hard work that you do and everything that you do for the community and your proposals coming forward. And we'll somehow manage to get through this without too much of a, hopefully, tax hike after we heard kind of all the tax increases that are happening, not a lot of decreases around. But we did hear a zero this morning. So interesting where we will land, but I will call our meeting to order at 9 a.m. sharp. And is there a member of council that would like to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Gamana, thank you very much for that. All in favor? That is carried. And we'll jump right into our decision items. First on the agenda, 4.1 is the 2024 budget introductions and operating overview.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's an exciting time of the year. I think for us and for Council. So I look forward to the next couple of days of discussions and sorting through priorities and setting the budget for the coming up year. So at the beginning here, I just have those two graphs. So the top of the graph just shows where how the expenses are spread through the different departments. So we have, of course, no surprise, Public Works being the department that gets spends the most money, but they also maintain all the roads and do all the road clearing and just generally have the most larger expenses. Protective Services being second with also the same as last year. So these actually none of these changed this year from last year. This is typically how it goes. So Public Works, Protective Services, Administration, and then Recreation, and then followed by the other large, smaller areas. And then the bottom, of course, is the cash outflows by type. And so this is the type of expenses that we spend our money on. The salaries and wages always being the biggest one. So it did increase a little bit this year. We'll get into more discussions regarding wages, but the portion or the percent of total expenses for wages did increase a little bit. And then the next biggest being our contracted and general services. And then our RCMP costs, which fall under the purchases from the federal government. So the municipal budget is indicative of the efforts of both administration and council to meet the needs of Drayton Valley in 2024. The first draft of the 2024 budget assumes that prior service levels set by council are maintained. Additionally, the draft budget includes inflationary and cost of living increases in multiple expense types, including utilities, wages, and protective services. With costs increasing, additional revenues will need to be raised, or alternatively, levels of service or services themselves will have to be reduced. During the 2024 budget deliberations, council will decide how to balance the budget using information provided by administration and their corporate strategic plan. Members of the community often inquire on where the tax dollars are spent. The top graphic provides a visual representation of how Drayton Valley tax dollars work for the average property owner, and the bottom graph shows what types of expenses their dollars are spent on. So I'm going to go over some of the highlights of 2023, some of the accomplishments, and just in general what was notable in 2023. So of course, we had the grand opening of the Ricochet Oil Corp. So that was a very exciting. I know it probably feels like more than a year ago, to be honest, but it was this year. So that was very exciting. And then a close second to that was the wildfire. Perhaps not quite as exciting. And then, of course, the Black Gold Gala. Under infrastructure, we had the 50th Ave East upgrades or improvements rebuild. First section of that. So we had, paving, wastewater infrastructure upgrades, water main, valve replacements, storm system upgrades, and curb and gutter replacements. And the notable infrastructure project, of course, were the trail upgrades down at the West Valley Park and Peace Park. And although not on here, the landfill cell was built this year too, which was also a really, I believe came in under budget and overall went really well. For protective services, we have an additional peace officer getting to some of the bylaw and other items that council said that they wanted taken care of in the community. So that's really, really good. And for recreation and beautification, we had the disc golf expansion at Ivantoe. We had fountains installed at storm ponds at both CETC and Sunrise. People really loved those fountains. That was a really good addition. And we had some controlled crossings installed and of course, festive lights. And then of course, we did an extensive organizational wide leadership training this year, which I've speaking from my personal view, it was incredibly helpful and insightful. And I think anyone that wants to grow and learn as a leader can do that if they're willing to look at their own, have some self-growth. And I think the training that was picked was perfect for what we needed. So that was really great. So now looking at, now looking at 2024 highlights, so some of the things that we're looking to accomplish with the budget set before you, of course, is completing the 50th Ave reconstruction project, completing the distribution project that will make Drayton Valley less susceptible to risk, and continue the trail rehabilitation program. Land and facilities inventory, so work towards becoming land ready to attract investment to Drayton Valley and evaluate current and future needs of town facilities. For healthcare, lots of advocacy and collaboration efforts with Alberta Health Services and the Government of Alberta, and contribute to perks to help retain and attract healthcare workers and doctors to Drayton Valley. For protective services, we're looking to update the emergency management plan and continue training staff at all levels in emergency management, and continue training and give opportunity for staff to all levels of staff for professional development. And of course, under beautification, CTC landscaping, and flower bed improvements. So the next couple pages, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. This is an overview of the net tax requirement for each section of, for each department. So general government, 2 million, protective services, 3.3 million, public works, 4.3 million, utilities brings us some money. So 1.6 million comes in from utilities. So this is water and wastewater. And then waste, which is our landfill. Although it looks like it brings us some money, which it does, the reserve requirements typically take up most of the money that comes in, just because of the extensive liability for having a landfill for its future closure and post-closure. So on top of the reserves that we contribute at the end of the year, we also do a calculation based on the available airspace with the auditors, and there's typically an adjustment at that time as well to increase our reserve transfers. So most of the waste, and in the past, actually, we've done a lot of improvements to make it so that it's fairly self-sustainable. There was like a few years, many years, where it actually was costing us. Correct. Yes.
So you have nothing under licenses and fines. Where does Travis fall under? And I guess anything from enforcement? Is that, well, like when you have revenues and it says licenses and fines and it says 0?
At the top.
At the top. Oh, that falls under protective services? Oh, okay. Okay.
Wasn't on. Yeah, that Travis falls under protective services.
And any sort of enforcement fines and things like
Correct.
that? Okay.
Yeah, all the fines that we get from RCMP ticketing in our area, all those are bylaw fines, and Travis all falls under protective.
Okay.
Recreation costs us 1.9 million. Community and culture is just under $1 million. And then of course, at the end, we have planning and growth at 1.3 million. So then I have an operating budget by expense type. So here we can see some of the changes from last year. So yeah, you're looking at the right one. So you see the net tax is slightly different. The taxes weren't increased. It was simply some reassessments and the requisitions. I don't know if you guys remember, but when we went to pass the mill rate, the requisitions ended up being less than they had been in the past, which made it so that our net taxes were slightly higher than we had previously discussed during our budget deliberations last December. And so this is not expecting per se, but this is keeping tax revenues exactly the same for now.
Okay.
And so,
I have a
yeah, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a question, just to point out, community culture services. I think the total is a little bit, there's a mistake.
Community and culture?
Yeah, expenses.
Where are you looking?
Community and culture services.
What page?
There's no page number.
Under waste?
Waste,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry,
facilities,
community and
recreation.
culture services?
It's 2.9, not 949 for the total expenses. So early childhood development 1.4, affordable housing 222.
Yeah, the net requirement at the bottom.
Is it okay? It's not
Yeah.
the total?
The net, the 949,000 under community and culture services.
Right. So it's the total of.
Yeah, it's the
expenses?
expenses and revenues, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it's the total of.
Sorry,
expenses.
yeah.
No worries. Sorry about that.
Okay, so then I'll briefly go through the revenues. So you see, I think, we all know that expenses are increasing, costs are increasing. But generally our revenues are, aside from tax revenues in this specific example, our other revenues are increasing too. We have some fees increasing. We have some improvements being made, some more grants that we're receiving. So there are increases in our revenues as well. At the bottom, you can see just if we take aside the reserve transfers from last year, it's just about $1 million that we increased our revenues by. So the government transfers looks like a big jump from 887,000 to 1.1 million. That's mainly because of the ECDC or the childcare grants, some staff subsidy grants increasing, as well as the homelessness and poverty reduction grant, the RDN grants. Our cost sharing revenue increasing a little bit because, of course, the new pool costs a little bit more to run. So some of our cost share revenue increases. Our user fees increase, again, like I mentioned, for partially because last year we bumped a lot of our fees up, and then we're doing some increases in the areas that we didn't catch last year for whatever reason. We have those increasing, so this is good to see. Moving down, fairly similar franchise fees increasing. And so, yeah, that's really good to see. We want to see that our revenues, not just our tax revenues, but our other revenues also increase along with our costs. I think that's really important to keep our margins and our money for reserves and projects the same or improvements. And then under the expenses, salaries and wages, a fairly large jump there, a whole group of reasons. One being the increase for 2023 and 2024. You see them both here in 1 year because we didn't do our union negotiations until the end of the year. So last year we budgeted, we just absorbed that in our contingency rather than budgeting a certain amount under wages. So the increase looks on this specific graph looks more than what it actually was. It's not 1 year's worth of increases, it's 2 years. And then of course we had the approval of the merit increases last year, and just people moving on, the union employees moving on their grid or becoming certified and bumping up for that reason.
Oh, can you use your mic, please, Bill?
Thank you. Just for clarification, the 2023 approved budget, are those actual?
No, that's what you approved last year.
That's.
Yeah. When we go through the departments, you'll see the actuals to date to the end of Q3. You'll see those. We'll talk about those or they'll be there for your insight, but this is approved budget because we don't have we're not complete through the year. So using the Q3 would be less indicative of the change than using the approved budget, seeing as though we try to keep pretty close to the budget. It's our intent.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Contracted in general, and so the next, there's increases through the next few. RCMP, their costs keep going up. Supplies, actually not a huge increase for us. Repairs, there is quite an increase, and there's, we'll go through some of the details of as to why. Some of it includes some more sidewalk repairs this year, some equipment repairs at utilities that we just haven't done in a few years, and various things like that. We'll get into more detail as we go through the departments. And as you see here, we don't have any one-time operating projects inserted yet because we'll do that once council goes through and approves which projects they want included. And that's pretty much.
Bill's got another
Oh,
question.
Sorry, you're just gonna have to jump in because I'm
Yeah.
looking down.
Yeah, thank you. Utilities got a $500,000 jump there.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, utilities is a big one. One of the big reasons is, and we'll let Shelley speak to it a bit more, the aeration pumps that were installed at mid-year in 2022 actually cost us almost $100,000, correct? Almost $100,000 to just the utilities in just at that one area, and then just general increases in utilities. And then in one area with streetlights, we can speak to it more when you come to your budget. Yeah. And in streetlights, we had just the budget was just not accurate. Was not quite accurate. So that's part of the change too. But yeah. Yeah, utilities is a big one. That's the long-term debt. Interest goes down as principal goes up. So we didn't have any new loans to account for. So the total tax requirement didn't change. It's just more was paid to the principal than in interest this year. And that brings us to the bottom. And you see that we have, oh, and I forgot to mention as well, this includes reserve transfers that either are required for the landfill or that council previously committed to, like the capital and the capital fund, the ice plant replacement, and the Travis and AFREX radios. So those ones will go through. Those are the ones that council previously committed to. So putting those transfers in as being the sort of non-negotiable, we come to a shortfall of 162,000 for the core operating budget.
And those reserves that you're speaking to are the 825?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yes. And the next is just our 3-year operating plan. And so we always, when we project forward, we always project some tax increases and of course, expense increases. But where there was a few one-time expenses that were higher this year in the core for various reasons, but overall, that's what you will see spread throughout the 3 years.
Using what rate, sorry?
3%. Yeah, it was previously 2.5, but it's 3% seems to be when I do a 10-year forecast with the projections for expenses, then it's around 3% that's required to keep everything else exactly the same. And so you see at the bottom the 162, and then of course 2025 and 2026 with the set reserve transfers as is. that those years would meet budget. Of course, there's no one-time projects included in that. And I don't think Pam has the reserve sheets. I added those this morning. So the 2024 opening balance estimate, so of course, we're in 2023, so we don't 100% know where the year will end. We do know that we don't have money in, like, I guess, a slush fund to catch our overages or our deficits if we go over budget. There has been years where this at the bottom of the reserves listing is called the operating fund, and that's sort of where the surplus would go into. And then things were just coming out of there. And so that, I guess, excess has been depleted during the last, 4 years or so, just with COVID and inflationary constraints, and then council trying to keep the pressures as much as possible off the taxpayer. So you have, the budget contribution. So we have that $162,000 shortfall, with the expectation that we would increase revenues at least to cover that amount. And so we have, as you can see, if all the projects and everything got completed, then we have a significant amount more coming out than going in. And so we end with a reserve balance of 5.7 if this goes through. So we'll talk more about using operating to fund capital and how we can help ourselves in the future by mitigating that. But that is just putting it as is right now. And the next page is the schedule of the projections into 2026. This is using the capital plan with some critical infrastructure that will need to be replaced or upgraded, some roads, and all just infrastructure kind of projects that will be done in the next 3 years. And so you'll see at the bottom of 2024, you have the 5.7 that I spoke to just earlier. And then it goes down to 4 and then 2.9 if we continue to spend more from the fund than we're putting in. And at the bottom, of course, I like to do it as a tax requirement just for clarity and just so you can visualize it. So at the bottom section, you have current operating surplus available for reserves. So this year being 663,000, and then the reserve transfers and the capital draw on reserves. So this is aside from the operating projects. And so you have that $1.4 million shortfall, which would be a 12% tax requirement. But
Per year or in total?
sorry,
Per year or in total? For the
just in
3
total,
years?
because if you
Total.
increased it this year by that amount, I'm not saying you
Yeah.
will, then that flows through, right? It keeps those revenues up and it flows through. So you see that the requirement, even without that increase, it gets smaller. So if your surplus available for reserves keeps increasing, it'll keep increasing just by doing an increase this year by that amount. I'm not saying that, but that's why I didn't put an increase each year, because that would be inaccurate. Because you wouldn't need a 12% or
Okay.
whatever, yeah.
And this is outside of
Operating
operating
projects.
projects. Any questions, anyone? We're good, Colin?
I'm just looking at that 3-year operating plan by department budget 2024. I noticed some of the numbers are different. Did we change some things?
Do you have the agenda from up there?
So I'm looking at that. That says
Yeah,
133.
I made a few small changes since the agenda went out.
Just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Yes, yes. I failed to send Pam the updated ones. There's only few, very slight, but still, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Everybody else good? No other questions as we push forward? Keith?
All righty, well, with that, we're going to get into the department presentation. So First up is ECDC. So, I mean, ECDC is kind of an interesting one because we're largely driven by various grants. Some years we get lots of grants, and then another year that we have to increase fees because we have to sustain it ourselves, and now we have grants again. So when you look through the years, it's kind of all over the place. We wouldn't typically expect that from other departments, but there's a good reason for it in this situation. So our user fees expected to increase. We are legislated to increase by a certain amount. So because of the grant, we can't just increase our fees by whatever amount we want.
We can't exceed the 3%, I think.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Yeah. And we were thinking there might be a little more room this year. I'll let Bernice speak to that a little bit more. And then our staff support subsidies, they changed some things there, which increased them. That's a direct offset to our wage costs. So with that increases, means our wages are increasing. It's an in and an out. Other than that, there's really, in general, salaries increasing a little bit. But other than that, there's very few significant changes. You'll see in, she has two supplies codes, one being supplies and one being the nutrition program. And so you'll see in 2023, we just budgeted in one amount, but we have them separated. So yeah, the deficit is actually going to be a slight surplus this year, which is the first year in many that has happened. So that's really good to see. And I will let Bernice speak a little bit to the government if you're willing to.
Just a question, when nutrition program supplies,
Yeah.
and I see an increase there. Have we included or have we considered food handling? Or is that something that we're pushing the government for, is to make sure that we have, that everybody has their safe food handling certificates and training and all that?
Actually, great question. After I'm sure you're kind of thinking about what happened in Calgary this year,
Yes.
that's sort of prevalent in everybody's mind. And yes, we are ensuring that their certification, the province is not, they're doing a little bit of training, but the certification we took upon ourselves and have actually put that in place
Perfect.
with people having that 2-day certification done. Yeah.
Oh,
With the
perfect.
people going into the kitchen. Our regular staff in the rooms all have a 1-day food handling certification, but people preparing food do the 2-day.
Perfect. Tom?
So I'm hearing just rumors that we have the Gasolias ballet building has been sold. Looks like childcare coming in. We've got childcare coming up by Cobblestones. So there looks like there's some increased competition, if I could call it that. And maybe you can correct me, Bernice, on that. But can you see the future, where we're going and what we're going to do about it and how that's going to look?
So we're sitting with a wait list of fluctuating between 82 to 120 children. So I think Drayton Valley needed more childcare. So I don't think we need to be afraid of competition. And we've certainly proven ourselves as running a high quality center, and we're kind of known not just in the province, but across the country for that. So I never worry about that. We sat with the deputy minister, Hans and myself went down and sat with two of the deputy ministers just this week to talk about the future, exactly like you're asking. They're very vague. They didn't give us a lot of insight into what's coming, other than the fact that they have to hit targets of over 200,000 spaces this year. And they need to see centers opening because they need to hit those targets. They also need to find 9,000 early childhood educators. So the other message we shared with them was about our zero fee tuition program while we were there. At this point, I know Gosellas has been benchmarked or earmarked as childcare, but I don't really know any details about how many spaces they're taking to fill. But when we look at, I believe Mighty Learners is like 60, and we still have up closer to 80 something children on our wait list. So I'm not concerned about that. I think, and every program does some diverse things. Again, it's rumors, but I'm hearing that Gosellas is possibly going to do some out of school care, which the community really needs. Mhm.
So when we see that that's really good for the community, and so if I'm a grandfather with no children in any of the systems, I might be saying, my story might be that you can come into Drayton Valley, you can get work, and you can get childcare services, and it's generally about $500 a month here, it's gonna be $300 a month there. Is that how would I frame it?
Well, and the fees are, like she said, the province has put some controls on fees. So even new centers opening, the province is now dictating, they can't just come in and say, well, we're going to charge $2,500. And we're going to make this profit because they're trying to, because there's so much tax funding going into with this $10 a day coming, that there's a cost control framework coming. It'll be released in 2026. But at this point, they are capping the max fee. So there should not be great variations for parents, other than parents who qualify for subsidy and parents who do not. I mean, that's entirely based on income thresholds. When you talk about future, though, one other comment that was really interesting that was shared with the ADM was when they talk about planning and development in areas, they're talking about as bigger companies come, and we hope to see that happen in Drayton Valley. Is there discussion about when they're bringing in more families? Is there discussion with those people about what are the childcare needs they have, and are they supporting the growth of childcare or putting money towards that as well? So those were some interest. Just when you talk about future, I think those are things that we need to always also keep mind of.
Right. Thanks.
Go ahead.
And we'll move on to FCSS. So FCSS, I'll just draw your attention to the bottom first. And you'll see $46,109. So for FCSS grants, we're required to, I think it's an 80-20 split that we're required to contribute, and that's our portion right at the bottom. That is our or that's what we're required to contribute to get the funds. So at the top of FCSS, the changes, the FCSS grants increased slightly this year. So that was really exciting to see. So they went up, and along with it, of course, the county's portion goes up as well because they share in that. And then through the rest, it's just the way FCSS allocates those funds and how they spend it. So we have some on home support, which actually, just seeing, yeah, so we have home support, which is a program that we supply. It has some revenues associated at the top as well under FCSS, under program revenue. So it doesn't entirely pay for itself, but it does bring some money in. So the deficit of that program gets funded through FCSS, those grants. And then under community development, this is where the granting of FCSS grants to the local organization falls under. So we have some supplies and professional general, and then of course grants to organizations. And then we move on to the last category, which is FCSS management. So this is where we pay for the people that run the programs or run the FCSS. So we have salaries, wages, professional, everything, pretty status quo from last year, just slight increases in several areas for just costs increasing. And then we get to the bottom of $46,109. So I'll let Jen and Lola speak to any questions that council might have.
Any questions from council? Maybe I'll just ask one. So we did have a slight increase to the grant. Is that just, that grant's the one when the committees get together and they decide how much money goes out into all the applicants that provided, or where does those grant dollars go that?
We actually got an increase to our provincial grant. So the
Oh.
grant that we received from the province. So it was a 4.5% for last year, for the last this year, 2023, for the last 3 quarters, and then next year, and then the year after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, our granting budget is 120,000, which is the same as it was this year.
Okay. Camilla?
Thank you. How many, just wondering, how many staff under FCSS?
How many staff? So we have myself, we have 3 others in the office, but they work to like one full-time and then 1 part-time, and then a full-time home support worker and a casual home support worker. So 5, 6, yeah.
6, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, 6, but they don't add up to 6 FTEs, full-time positions. Okay, just they share
Yeah.
the time. Yeah.
Split.
Mhm.
Tom, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi Jen, good morning. Where are your pressure points?
Like in our budget?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, Lola, do you have any ideas? I think,
I'm gonna just follow this theme about where are you going? What does it look like?
oh yes, our grants always exceed what we have available in our grant funding. Yeah.
The needs exceed the grant funding.
The requests.
Like the community grant program. So when people are sending us in grant requests for funding, we always get a lot more than we can provide. Yeah.
And is that number easily, what I'm gonna try to do at the end of all of this is to get an elevator conversation so that I can say, here's what's happening and in our community support systems, we have this much money and we have these many people asking for this. And so that, you know, you can, whether we're trying to justify that, I don't know. What I'm just saying is that in the end, I want to be able to say, here's what's happening. So when I say pressure points, it's, we have a lot of needs that we're not able to react to or and so I'd like to know that at some point. I don't know when we're going to do that, but
So has everyone on council sat on FCSS? Bill, have you? You're on it right now, have you? Could you just maybe tell us how and where the dollars come from when you have all those applications come in? Just give us a,
Like for the community grant
yeah, for the
program?
community grant program.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, we look at our funding and our budget each year and we allocate the amount. It's usually around 120,000. Sometimes if we have like carryover or a little bit of extra money in our budget, we'll put it into the grant program as well. We do grant runs like 2 or 3 times a year. We just did one for 2024 funding. So we put a call out, community groups send us all their applications, and then our FCSS board looks at all of the applications and allocates the funding as they see fit. And they don't usually allocate it all at the beginning of the year. Like we'll do another grant run in the spring and usually one in the summer for like summer programs. Yeah.
And then usually that amount coming from the community is always higher than what
Oh,
we
yes.
have. Can you mention, are you able to mention what type of user groups maybe sometimes apply or programs or things like that?
Yeah, for sure. Like this year we allocated 16 different grants out. Aim for Success, like for the Pumpkin Walk was one, Wild Rose School Division for the Family Wellness Program, PCCS, the Alive 55 program at the Omniplex. The Rotary Club did a needs assessment this year. There's summer camps like for the library, summer reading club.
The counseling was a big one.
Yeah, subsidized counseling. That's usually a big one. We give some money to Burden Bears so they can offer subsidized counseling to the community. I think those are a lot of the big ones that we do.
And that kind of gives you an answer too, Tom, to how that'll. Yeah. Wally, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think what we can do though to help with your elevator speech, I'm assuming that's an elevator speech for ministers and MLAs and such, so okay, sure. What we can do is have a look at what requests have been made the last couple of years, what they amount to, and how much we give out. We give out around $120,000 a year. Right, so what are we being requested, and you can see that difference. So, you know, give us a few days and we can pull that together for you for sure.
I do. Yeah, I have a 5-year granting summary that I give out to our board at every board meeting so that we can do that and kind of look and say, well, how much did we give them last year? And what about the year before? And it outlines all of that. So,
And then just keep in mind too, with that 5-year, that typically in say 5 years ago, those grant requests exceeded the amount, but then because of COVID, there wasn't a lot of events happening. So there was a lot of money that was not being spent. So then now that you see life's got back to normal, we're back to that.
yeah, for sure. During COVID, we allocated a lot of funding to the counseling, mental health through Bird
Mhm.
Bears.
Amila, did you have a question?
Just when you talk about elevated speeches, I think the bottom line is the municipal taxpayer is gonna pay 46,109, right? The rest is all grants and everything else. Okay, thank you.
Colin?
I just wanted to recap. So I guess what was Emily Hickman's job at one point? So she was 3 days one thing and then 2 days another. And I guess that's morphed into something different because funding's changed. So can you kind of maybe,
From
Walk us
Emily's
through.
old position. So like we had gotten a grant back then for homelessness and poverty reduction. So that grant funding we no longer have. So now we have Abby, who is a FCSS program coordinator 3 days a week. So her role is more like the resource navigation with that population.
and then just the 2 days that were funded before just aren't there anymore, is that? correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Awesome. Well, we will move on to community services. So at the top of community services, we have homelessness and poverty. So, you will see that at the bottom of the 2024 budget for homelessness and poverty reduction is 48,000. That's our committed amount to operate the pods if we were not to have grant funding.
So if we were not.
Correct,
need
if we
to
were
stress
to not
that.
have grant funding. And the reason why we can't just use the 48 that you budgeted last year or this year in 2023 is because we did commit a 2-year lease agreement for homelessness and Poverty Reduction Society. We made that commitment to use the money in case we didn't get the grant, or else we could have just carried the 48 that we are not using from 2023. So we're in 2023, we budgeted the 48 in case granting wasn't available. You see, we had not had granting confirmed. But then we did get the grant and we didn't have to use it. And then when we got the grant again for 2024, we committed that extra just in case we didn't get it for next year. So that's homelessness and poverty reduction in a nutshell.
Do you have a question, Colin?
Nope.
Or just your mic, I was wondering.
And then we move on to affordable housing. So we're budgeting an increase in rental revenue, which is, we have a wait list, I believe. We are, aside from when we have move outs or renos that are needed, the units are fully booked. And then you'll see some slight changes in cost increases throughout. When we end at the bottom at just a slight surplus. So we talk about affordable housing paying for itself. And so even we are budgeting for it to pay for itself. There are some things that aren't entirely encompassed, like some of our maintenance workers' hours. And so in the coming year, I think we're going to have some more discussions on how we can make it perhaps a bit more self-sustainable. And when you look at the reserves.
Bill, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh,
You showed debenture interest, but I don't see debenture principal. So
the actions. And
in the affordable housing,
I see debenture principal in the budget.
you show $15,194 for,
Oh, that's this year, so we just have not recorded the debt payments yet.
do you know approximately what that might be?
Yeah, the debt payment won't change, so it'll be 47,000 less or more, probably 48,000. 47,000, I would guess, so that's what we budgeted.
So that will change, that will change the bottom figure.
The actual, yes. Oh, for year to date, this year, yes. Yeah.
As an increase to the surplus, yeah.
Family liaison is our contribution to that program. Community services, so this is where, Hans and Lola and all the work they do and services, this is where their wages get reported. Just an increase with the merit program. Oh, my mic's not on. Somebody messaged me, they couldn't hear me. And other than that, the biggest change is Canada Day. But we do get donations every year. We just don't always know exactly what that amount will look like. So at the top, you will see we don't have the budget, but actually, so we just, the Canada Day supplies is increasing, not because we don't know the donation. Sorry, I'm just having a brain fart. It's because fireworks are increasing in cost. So our supplier let us know this year that there's quite a bump in fireworks. So knowing how important it is to our community and then to council, we did put that in there.
And what are special programs?
That's our grants. So we have our contribution to the museum in there.
Like contribution not above what the request was. This is like
So the museum requested for
the gazebo?
the gazebo, and that's different. Oh, are you talking special programs or?
Yeah,
Yes.
special programs.
Yeah, that's the grants that we grant out, our running community, like our contribution to, let's say, the museum, Drake's and those kinds of things.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
sure.
So are those the ones that like Drake's asked for the 12,500 year to be included each year in the budget? Museum asked for, that's the gazebo and the annual contribution. Are these those
Yes.
asks?
Nope, these are just our
These are just the
annual
annual
contributions.
contribution.
Yeah,
Okay.
the special request for the rebuild, I think it is, for their rehab that they're wanting to do, that Charlie Minor requested, that's going to be on our operating request list.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there's a couple of different areas. They're under the special projects. That's the Historical Society, the 20,000 for the gazebo was approved back, I think last year.
Last year, yeah.
We just, Charlie keeps on reporting that that project is intended to still go forward. So that's just being carried forward. And the extra 3,658 that we've spent so far this year is for the Youth Advisory Committee.
Okay.
And then if you look downwards in the budget under special programs,
Where are you
That's-
looking, Lola?
keep on going down. I'm looking under community services.
Or special programs?
Yeah, special programs.
This-
It's the second from the bottom under the community services section.
Yeah. Oh, no, I thought they were listed there when you said keep going down.
Yeah, no, they're not listed.
Okay, that's where I was
So,
like, where are you
but-
looking?
So special programs, that's where we have the 27.5 for the Historical Society, which is the annual contribution. We have $6,600 allocated for Family Day each year there. We have the Recreation Fee Assistance Program, which is 10,000. And we also have the 12.5 request for Drake. So
The 12.5 is included in here?
yeah, so the 12.5 is included there. So if you recall, previously, we did allocate 25,000 for Drake's. However, as per their council presentation, they felt that they didn't need the 25,000. In fact, we did meet with Drake's after the council meeting, and we talked a lot about the subsidy program piece. And they're really struggling in trying to navigate that and to try to determine who should get a subsidized ride and who should not, and, you know, the advertising that, and all those things. So what they actually recommended is that community services actually retain that 12.5 so that if someone is requesting a subsidy, then that can go through community services to determine, so that we can just call them and say, bill less for this person's ride. Does that make sense?
Camilla?
Earlier, Lola, for the affordable housing, how many units do we have?
We have 26.
26 units.
Yeah.
Then we are on trajectory to get the rental revenue that we've budgeted for.
Yeah, we are full, and with much of the sort of catch-up repairs that were needed, the turnover between a tenant moving out and, you know, any small repairs being done and having someone move in is becoming much less. So we do anticipate, we also have a waiting list of about 15
15.
different people right now. So we do anticipate to be full.
Full.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Tom?
To follow up on the pressure, because that's a pressure point, right? So we have that. So where will we start to see that kind of a conversation come forward?
Regarding affordable housing, so I was invited early October to a homelessness roundtable with Minister Nixon. And although the conversation was specific to homelessness, he here clearly indicated that affordable housing in his mind is the long-term solution to homelessness. So he spoke lots about affordable housing, and he did note during that discussion that because our affordable housing was a result of receiving a provincial funding, he did note that he felt that provincial government should be supporting the sustainability of existing units, not only putting funding into increasing doors of affordable housing, but also to sustain existing units. Because as you know, I mean, we're really trying to ensure that it's a cost recovery, but repairs are difficult to predict. Rental revenues are difficult to predict. Plus, as noted, there's some costs that aren't being reflected here. So I had wrote a letter of advocacy to Minister Nixon in regards to ensuring that whenever he is having those discussions, those budget discussions, that he doesn't forget to mention that there are communities, especially municipality, that is trying to sustain a program, and it's taxpayer dollars, in fact, that sometimes do that. So the conversation is coming.
Camilla?
So I guess we are just having budget discussion, but we should have a discussion about that and also maybe advocating, sending letters
Absolutely.
as a municipality, right, to tackle these problems.
Yeah, there's a letter drafted.
Lola does have a letter drafted. I asked for it to come to council so we have a better understanding. Everybody's on the same page and knows what's going out.
Okay, so did you want me to go on to the next council agenda to
Speak
speak about that
because
letter?
I've seen the letter on my desk and I wasn't quite 100% sure. And then without council, I can't really relay it to council. So it'd be better if you could tell us why the letter's going out, what we're advocating for, what the letter says,
Sure.
and then we all know.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you don't mind sharing that
Mhm.
beforehand, so we know what's coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to call a 5-minute break. I'm going to call a few breaks throughout the day here to everyone can go to the washroom, refuel and do what they need to do. So we'll say 5 minutes. Okay, we will jump back into it, 10:03 a.m. And I think next up we have, are we at
Library.
library.
So library, the only, the insurance increasing a little bit, but the grants that we're granting to the library board or to the library itself is down just a tiny bit. And so at the end, you will see that the tax requirement is actually a little bit lower than it was last year. So from 429 to 429,000 to 425,000. Theater, the requests are the budget is the same. So we do some maintenance on the EPAC center, but most of the operational costs are done entirely through the organization, through EPAC. So we have very little is really required of us, I guess you could say. So that budget is staying the same. Do you have a question?
I do, thank you. Just wondering what the library debenture is for.
It is for the Rotary Library that is attached to the
Holy Trinity.
Holy Trinity Academy. And so, I mean, the building is still there and the debenture is still there, but the library is not. Like the library moved out. It's just where the debenture has stayed. So I had already talked to Wally and Hans about having some more discussions with the school, because the last time we spoke, and I think this might be before your guys' term. I don't know if the new counselors are actually knew about this or were as informed about it, but so when that school was built, at the time we needed library space. And so we got some contributions from us, of course, the debenture. The Rotary, of course, came up with a large donation, which is why it was named the Rotary Library. And so it was just, it's literally one building, but we own a part of it. And the school needed the space. And so they were trying to find a way to acquire the building for, by just taking over the debenture. But at that time, council was not interested in that. And so we came up with a short-term 2-year lease agreement, which we have to renew. And so I know that there's press for space, and I know that they're going to want the space. So I'm expecting them to come to renew the lease for another year or so. We're going to do some analysis as to what the market is right now for commercial, or I mean, I don't know if they technically would be commercial, but we'll do some research to see what we could rent the space for, rent it out for, and see if we can come to another agreement for the school. Sorry, Tom, you look like you have a question.
Well, I was thinking where the school wanted to just take it over, but not take the debenture because they couldn't actually get they couldn't get Greater School Board to say, yes, you have to pick up the debenture. But because I thought we would have just said, yeah, if you take the debenture, then you
But
got
we
it.
have a lot more money into that space than just the debenture. So at that time, council was not willing to take a loss and to just give them, because we've made payments on this debenture. We've spent a lot more than just the debenture. So that was what the conversations were. I don't know legally what that would have looked like for them, but they wanted us to make an arrangement. I do remember that because in order to purchase, it has to go through all levels of, I think all the way right up to the province, right? So yeah, you're correct, but they thought that if they could, they had a case if they simply took the debenture over. So they were wanting to make that case to take it, but on our end at that time, we were not willing to take a loss of that nature. And so we came up with a short-term lease, saying that at the end of that 2 years, perhaps more opportunities would open up. Maybe there would be more demand, because that was during COVID, right?
Yeah.
Which is why the library moved out, financial constraints. They couldn't keep them both running. So they moved back here, which is why they're now strained for space.
And I think we talked about we would give them a bit of a deal, and then come the 2 years we'd renegotiate, I think at a higher, or looking at taking over the
Yeah.
debenture.
Yeah, I do. We definitely gave them a very good rate.
Yeah.
So yeah, we need to go back to the table to discuss.
Right, and I think we thought there may be some use that we may make out of that, and
And then in the bottom of the community services page is the RV campground. I mean, we have had discussions about the contract and how it's working and what we're earning from through this contract, but keeping the contract the same as it is, we would see pretty much a net, like not making just a zero impact. When we first negotiated the contract, we were expecting to make some money from the RV campground, and we were making money under the prior managers. I guess they managed a campground, but it was through us. Like, we just contracted the service out to them, and now we just have the entire operation. So we don't pay any expenses aside from several. And so this is another one where there will be some discussions in the coming months to see what will work for next summer. But this is if things remain the same.
Mhm. And did we cover the bill that was owing to Drayton Valley Tourism and Hospitality? Are we being reimbursed for that, or where's that included?
It's already on. Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, so yes, we take care of the invoicing towards the Tourism Association, and they are the campground owners, or the operator is going to be invoiced for that. So that's what you see as part of the revenue. It's of course the revenue for the stays plus the invoicing on the 3%, which is the taxation or the payment that we pay the hospitality organization. That's what it is.
Okay. I'm just wondering because my understanding was that it was quite outstanding, right? So,
Correct. In the last, let's say, 2 years, we've gone back and forth in who pays that based on the contract. And yeah, right now we have the arrangement that we pay to the foundation straight away, but get reimbursed by the contract, the owner, the campground or operator.
so are we in ongoing conversations to change some of the contract and some of the, I guess, issues that we're struggling with, perhaps?
So yes, we are consistent looking at the issues. Operationally, most of them taking care of the, let's say, concerns that we have as the owners, but also the concerns that we hear from the public and the users over there. So that's a back and forth. They changed a little bit in their operations with a better, let's say, monitoring system on that. And we help out, of course, straight away where we have to and can. So it's better. We see the complaints being less at the moment compared to a year and a half ago. But we are still back and forth in making sure that it's more of a smooth operation.
And generally, the word on the street that it's a reasonable campground, reasonably run, and run winter. Is that generally what you're hearing? I remember it wasn't that way, but if we're back to average, that's
Correct. I think that's a correct statement. That's at the moment the vibe. Yes.
Thanks, Hans.
Thank you.
All right, now it gets to the exciting recreation.
Well, it's all exciting, Elvira.
I mean, it's all, yes, see, that's the spirit. I love that. Omniplex and facilities. So I'm just going to touch on some highlights and then I'll let Hans answer questions. So the highlights being that the intermunicipal transfers, which is our cost sharing income from municipalities, is increasing because we're negotiating a new agreement with Parkland County. So we did not have an agreement last year. And so that will increase our incoming revenues, which is really awesome. We have wages overall in some of the facilities, you'll see them increase and some decrease, but in Omniplex and facilities, they are decreasing because we did have a position open up and it's not in the budget this year. So you see some slight savings there. And the other big savings in the Omniplex is the fact that we now have a plumbing and heating, what are they called?
Maintenance?
Anyways, yes, we have a maintenance worker that can do plumbing and heating officially. I can't think of the term. Journeyman. Wow. My husband's a journeyman, so
You got lots on your mind.
yeah, words. Anyway, so we have him in-house and so he's able to reduce a lot of our mechanical repairs. So which is really, really great to see. We're hearing from all departments and all facilities that it's really great to have someone that they can just call and he's a really good with the other managers and he just he's working out really well. So I'm really happy to see that council approving that position last year is working out as expected. I will let Hans speak at the end when we get to the admin side. He'll explain more of like how we're seeing savings across the departments from having that position. So some of our revenues increasing, other like our program fees and such are increasing. And then with the curling rink, we're seeing some changes, not a lot of changes, just the biggest one being just a better allocation of how many wages are being spent on the curling rink. As council knows, it's always a struggle because it's just, we try the best we can to determine where people spend their time, but it being one facility, just different rinks, essentially, it's kind of hard to allocate and budget throughout the years as they go.
If we were just for the curling rink, where does it say like actually from the curling club?
The curling club, it's the program fees.
It's the program fee, so there's zero?
Nope, 37,500.
Oh, lease rental. Okay, right there, yeah.
Is it lease rental? Yeah, it is
It's
lease rental. Yep.
revenue, so
I
that
have
would
my
be from the
numbers, yep.
curling-
Yep.
Curling club.
And then we have, some contributions from the county as well there for intermunicipal transfers. And you go down, some increases into our rental, like revenue for youth ice. So some of it is how much is being used, but also we increased the fees last year, if council remembers. And so that increases. And then down to the fitness center, we have the fees increasing by a few percent. We'll get to that in the fee schedule as well when we go over that. But fees increasing and just being more busy as we get further away from COVID, we see things picking up. And then the MCC, we have the rental revenue going down a little bit. And this is, it seems that people are really preferring the CTC for weddings. And so we see some revenue shifting over to there, not a crazy amount, but there is some shift. And then we have, of course, the associated expenses. We try to decrease them as the revenue decreases. Some of them are harder than others to control or to fluctuate with the revenue, but we do our best to try to, if we have less rental, then let's find a way to also decrease the costs at the facility. But we do see an overall increase in the deficit at the MCC because of our revenue decreasing.
So isn't that staff though, whether they're at the MCC or the CTC, would it not still be, they're just?
Yeah, it's the same. It's just a matter of where they spend their time. Yeah. It's just a matter of where they spend their time. And the reason, I mean, we want to have accurate, we want to be able to pull a report and say, like, this is what the MCC costs. It's kind of hard to do in a municipality because you just have people kind of working everywhere and in finance to keep on top of the tracking of that is difficult and budgeting. However, the MCC also is cost shared with the county, right? So we try to be really cognizant that we adjust as best as possible so that we're being, wise with funding from external parties. And when you get to the bottom, the net tax requirement is slightly less than last year. So that is, you'll see that this is less, pool is more, so recreation overall. But, and this is largely, like I said, that one position, and then also the savings in the repairs. So,
I just asked a question,
course.
for fitness center.
yes,
So it says fees,
Fitness,
personal training, right? 10,000, and then at the bottom it says training 1,000. How are those different?
so personal training is income from our personal trainers that rent our space,
So
and training is
that's
an
what they
expense.
make, or that's what we?
No. The 10,000
we
is
make.
what we make from personal trainers renting
The
our
space,
space.
okay, the space, and then the training is,
It's training our staff.
training our staff.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
staff training.
Yeah.
Okay. Monica?
I have a similar question because where it says professional and general services, it's
Mhm.
10,000.
Yep.
And then there's the contract services trainers, 10,000. What are those for?
Where does it say
So-
contract? Oh, net right there. Okay.
Bottom one.
Oh,
So
contract services.
professional in general would be any like things that you hire someone. It's not like, I'm trying to think of examples. Heather, are you here?
Yeah.
But the contracted service for trainers is the expenses for various programs that we run.
Yeah, so the
We pay
professional
for.
gen we use for staff uniforms, staff training, anything we might need customer wise, we pay our Shaw bill out of that. Any kind of programs, anything we're renting or whatever for the fitness center. And the contract training is the ladies that come in that teach classes and stuff.
All right.
I think though, because it says, so fees, personal training, and then contract services classes. How are those different?
Because the classes, they work for us and we run the classes. So we just pay them a flat fee, an hourly fee for teaching the classes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, does that answer your question,
Yes,
Monica?
thank you.
Okay, and then what is local conditional grant?
So that would be the 55 Alive grant that I get. And I apply for that through FCSS and I
Okay.
use that for the pool. We pay the pool for those classes, the seniors that use the track, for the walking track, and also the classes as well.
Okay. Is there a provincial grant or matching or anything that?
That is a program that's really unique, and we actually have more communities that are wanting to bus in from, I think, Wetaskiwin, is it Wetaskiwin? Oh, Lola's not here, but we have other communities because it's so unique, nobody else is doing it. So we have more and more coming in that are asking to be bused and what they would cost. So we're looking at cost sharing and opening up more agreements with more communities because they come in and we don't want to turn them away. So we let them join, but then we're like, okay, how do we charge per person or whatnot? You don't want to turn a bus full of seniors away. So it's definitely a very unique program that's not anywhere. So there's really nothing we could apply for at this point. Yeah.
On top of it. Tom, did you have a question?
I do. The mayor and I were having a discussion about how much knowledge does the county have about what we do in this business, right? And so we need to, for instance, if we wanted to subsidize something, we need to go to the county to say, by the way, we're going to subsidize something. Are you in? So I don't know quite how we are and how we fit, how much knowledge we're giving out to them.
Well, we usually advertise in their pamphlet or their little booklet that they put out every year. And because it's FCSS and they cost share with FCSS as well. And on the FCSS board, there's usually county people and town people. I do tours with them. I take them through what the programming is, what they're kind of supporting in that. So it's the county's quite aware of the programming that we're offering through the 55 Alive program.
Sorry, Tom, are you speaking overall at the fitness center and QCC and stuff? Yeah.
Because what worries me is that Lee might be aware, but I'm not sure if the politicians are aware. That's what.
So what I've been doing over the last 6 months, and I can't speak to how it was before, but I can speak to what we did in the last 6 months, is that because we had that joint meeting early on, must have been in May or June, and they spoke to just like when we do donate ice or for the rodeo and it goes like, oh, thank you to Drayton Valley, they donated us, when in fact, if we don't allocate revenue from another department, then that deficit is shared with the county. So we talked to them about the fact that we were going to advise them of it, that we were doing it. And if they were willing, then it was going to be a town and county contribution. And if they weren't, then we were going to pay for it from a different department so that it didn't impact that deficit in that department. So what I've been doing is I just shoot Kent an email and I say, hey, we're thinking about, through the evacuations when we had up north, shortly after our evacuation, we had some communities further up north and we chose to give free swimming for those impacted families. So I just would shoot Kent an email and say, hey, we're thinking about this. Are you guys in? And then he would say yes or no, or talk to his council if he thought that it was necessary. And I did the same with the nursing. We talked about nursing and perhaps giving some passes away. And so I talked to him about that and he said he thinks that's a great idea. And so then when we do that, we just have to be cognizant to say this is from the town and the county.
And with that, I'm just messaging Bart because that's my bad. Are we sending a letter to what we talked about for the decision that we made about allowing some special needs students from the schools come over and access the fitness center?
I don't know much about that. I did chat with the schools myself because there is a small group of children that have Down syndrome and some disabilities that couldn't participate. So I worked with the school and said during gym time that they could just come over to the fitness center and myself or someone else would help them if they needed it so that they felt included and they were doing gym and that kind of thing. So
yeah, and we had a discussion at, I think our last council, not yesterday, the one before, about allowing all the schools. So it's not going to be a lot of students because we were saying that maybe be 20 students just for special needs that we would allow them. I hadn't mentioned it to the county council, so I was saying, can we send a, a letter perhaps and let them know? I did realize when we were at the joint meeting the other night that
Yeah. And another one program we have that's really successful and growing is the Silver 70s. So I definitely should do better on letting the county know, but we have almost 80 users of the Silver 70s.
Maybe we could include that in the
Yeah.
letter as well, an update on that.
And
That'd be
it's a
great.
very large group of the farmers. They come in winter because they have no cows to look after, and they have their little coffee and their gossip session, and they work out, and they're quite a little group. It's really cute. So yeah, and we
That's
have
great.
over 80 of them that are actively using it every day. It's really impressive.
It's great.
Yeah. So it's a great program.
Colin, go ahead.
Just Tom, I guess to your point there about, you know, how do they know what we're doing there? Heather and I and Rob at the time had met up with Glenn Gunderson when he first came on and kind
Yeah,
of did
that's
a
right.
little tour of some things with him. So I think that was good. And I think we could probably do that with all of council. It probably makes sense. And I don't know if you do that every year or whatever, but I mean, it is a big expense for them and it's a big expense for us. So
Yeah.
it might be worth.
When's the last time county council come and did a little tour through
I
that?
don't think it's been for quite some time. Like Anthony came because he was on the board for the FCSS. So he came to do the 55 Alive stuff. And Lee has been around a little bit, but not for quite a while. So I mean, I could definitely send out an invite and ask them to come and have a tour and have questions. A lot of them, their families come to the facility. They're there for hockey, or their moms and dads use the track, or the seniors are using it. So we try to, you know, keep as much, or they use the public skate and that kind of thing. So we try to put as much information, like I'm always trying to share on like Facebook and Instagram and that kind of thing, and word of mouth to the seniors. Lots of them don't have phones, but they definitely will chat with each other and kind of get it out there. So yeah, but definitely I could send an invite out to the county for sure.
Any other questions? No. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Heather. Now on to the aquatic facility. So starting at the top, just highlighting that our program fees were exceeding, if you look at actual at the end of September in the second to the last line column there. The program fees were expecting to exceed what we budgeted, and the public swim is already far exceeding what we budgeted. So that's really good to see. This has a lot to do with, new pool. It was hard to budget for a new pool when we didn't know exactly what the demand was going to be, especially with the fees increasing. And then of course, the program hours being extended by council early on in its opening. It had an impact as well. And then of course, the Kelsey and her team has been doing a great job with programming and providing more programming, because we were seeing swimming lessons just like selling out in minutes. And you try to get your kid in. And so that really helped the increase in the revenues. But with the increase in revenues, of course, comes the wage costs. I have said it before, but I'll say it again. A pool is a facility that you lose, the wages to run it is a significant portion of running the facility. So if you're closed, you're actually making money, if that makes sense. You're saving money by being closed, just because of the lifeguarding and the staffing needs for a facility like that. And safety is of course the top priority. And of course, and also we know that at the old pool we had, I believe, I don't want to say it wrong, but I believe it was one guard that could oversee the whole pool. And that's not the case at all. We have a large, beautiful new pool, and it requires 3 or 4 to have all the lines of sight. So you'll see the increase in wages. With the increase in our deficit, we see a larger portion coming from the county, right? Because they cost share half of the deficit. Of course, adjusting for the parkland portion, right? So we adjust for the parkland portion, get the deficit, and then the county pays for half of that deficit. And so that will be increasing a little bit just because of the costs. And yeah, salaries and wages I noted. So multiple reasons for that, extending opening hours, union negotiations with, you know, the dollar an hour plus the 2% is in there. And then going down, some of the fees are going to be surprisingly similar, but you get to insurance and you see, oh, from 14,800 to 93,000. That is because we actually had the fee waived for 2023 from our insurance provider. And so we get to pay the insurance now in 2024 for a big new building. And you see the utilities, of course. That we did have difficulty budgeting the building last year because we weren't open yet. And so we were wrong. We were wrong. The utilities, I mean, the costs have also increased, but we were definitely low on what we budgeted for utilities. So that's an increase there. And then we've paid the debenture. This is our third year in paying the debenture. So that gets us, all the deficit for just the pool is on the next page. To the deficit being just under $1 million and it being last year's budget was 879,000. So the deficit is increasing, our portion of it as well. Splash Park, sorry, go ahead.
Just about the insurance question, just what's covered in if there's something happens that it covers rebuilding the whole facility?
It's the same as everywhere else. It's like the building itself, like if anything were to happen,
Fire or something?
you know, a fire or whatever,
Yeah.
but also liability as well. Yeah.
Colin?
So with insurance too, you know, we have warranty on some of that equipment, right? So do we expect insurance to go up over time as a result of those dropping off warranties?
I don't believe so, but I'm gonna have to ask that question to Connor. Whether or not we didn't add all our costs in. I don't believe so. I'm guessing that we're insuring all of it already. But I will look into that. I'll get back to you for sure.
It might be worth looking into.
Yeah.
The other thing was just the electricity. It's supposed to be a net zero building.
Yeah.
So do we have a view as to how those panels are working? Are they working?
Yeah.
Are they not working? Can we be better with them? Do we need some more training on them or?
I'll get Hans to speak more to it as well. Is Kelsey here? Oh yeah, she is. It's not net zero. It's not. I mean, that would have been, it would have been awesome. I mean, I think we all wanted that, but quite frankly, it's not net zero, but I'll let Kelsey speak to the panels.
I mean, I personally have never seen a building claim to be net zero actually be net zero. We are asking some more questions with the crew to find out exactly why, because we're looking for a pattern with what we're seeing as to the kilowatts and whatnot that we have. But there is no pattern really that we could see. So we're asking those questions right now to see, is there something that we're missing? But they seem to think that everything is running normally. So we're just going to go with them on that. There is other things that we can do that this is a kind of a situation of Rome isn't built in a day, that we could do things like turn down service on our buildings so our filters will slow down. As long as we are meeting our AHS requirements, then we can do things like that. It's just we've been running and getting ourselves used to how this new building works. And then once we're feeling comfortable with it and it's steady, then we can start looking at things like turn down after 9 o'clock when our building is closed, and then it's an automated system that will automatically slow those things down, or we lose a degree of temperature overnight and then it warms back up for opening, that type of thing. That should help. It's just something we're looking at later once we're comfortable with it.
Heather?
I guess, and just with the net zero side of things, obviously there were engineers involved. They would have done some calculations and those sorts of things. Now, is there any sort of, I'm not going to say recourse, but can we go back to them and say, look, you said it was going to be a net zero building?
Yeah, the problem is that the company, I guess you could say, that did the study, I guess it wasn't called a study, but you know, we paid a couple $100,000 to get that. I don't believe that's the same engineers that actually ended up engineering the building.
That was the Ryder study, right? Was it the Ryder study?
can't remember what it was called, but we did a study that one we all remember that said it was going to be net zero at
Heather?
the time.
Yeah, beyond me. Yeah. We didn't go that way. Yeah.
The plan is changing.
Yeah. It wasn't based off the, is it 680 panels on top or whatever?
It was like,
Yeah.
I just remember it was with those panels. Theory would be, that's when they applied for the grants. There was a gap between when they applied for the grant. The plans for the building changed because once they got all the data, they realized, hey, it wasn't feasible to build onto our building. And the reason they wanted to build was to use our heat and to try and get off of that. So it's yeah, that's.
To add to that too, we are expecting, my team is listening, so they're answering some of the questions. So insurance, we have to insure all the contents right away, because if something like a fire happened, then warranty wouldn't cover it. So we have to have insurance. So insurance is for all contents. So not like a big, insurance will increase year over year, but not in terms of more being insured, more dollars worth being insured. And then we're also expecting a drop next year because we have, once the minimum demand is implemented, we're expecting utilities to drop a little bit the power. So we've looked at the money that we're getting from the panels, but yeah, it's very, very inconsistent.
It
As
doesn't
of right now.
show on the bill when the bill comes every month that this is much.
No, it's
savings
separate.
Drawn from or reserved from that.
No, it's separate. The report is separate.
The report is separate.
Yeah, which we can pull and everything. Yeah, we can pull it. It's just not, it shows in the micro credits that we get.
Colin, are you done?
So it's not net zero.
Amila?
I was gonna ask the same. So after a year, can we pull a report saying, with the solar panels, we've made this much back, and then without that, it will be this much, and so we have an idea.
Absolutely.
And also compare that with other facilities with a similar kind of solar panel
Yeah,
arrays, right?
that might be a little more difficult. I think this is pretty unique, but definitely we can look at that. Yeah, but certainly we can see. I just know that right now we need to work through some things like that. It isn't generating what we expected, and so, but we can definitely do a report at some point to see what is actually being paid back.
And it'd be interesting to see what we're actually saving by having those panels. We know that we're not net zero like we intended at the beginning of that process. We didn't go that route. We ended up building in a different location, going, different, but we did add all the big panels on the roof, right? That we were hoping would compensate somewhat of those fees. So it'd be interesting to know, are we saving this amount every month or year because of that, right?
I'm just trying to interpret this. But I think we've saved like $8,000 in 2023.
From having the panels?
Correct.
And how do we know that?
A report that we get through our power bills.
So that's not a lot. Wally, did you have something to add?
Well, I was just going to comment on solar power in general. I think you'll see that it'll fluctuate year to year depending on how much sunshine we get, how much smoke is in the air, all that good stuff. And solar, it's great to have to lessen the burden on the grid or to even to put power back in the grid. However, everything I've seen over the years is that solar, you get really limited return on that. So if you're able to achieve 20%, that's pretty good. Even 30, I think that's a very large stretch. And if you look at if you look at what the province has indicated, they kind of are backing away from solar a little bit and looking at other alternative energy sources, because solar, again, it's great. It does take the pressure off, but you're not going to see the returns on it that we would all hope.
No, and it is concerning when you look at, say, if we're only seeing 8,000 a year over 20 years of a life cycle potentially of those panels, that's $160,000. And what it's going to cost to replace or repair those is going to be a lot more than $160,000 in 20 years. So let's hope for
Yeah.
a lot more sunshine or some
Yeah,
sort of.
it'll probably be, I would imagine, close to 10,000 by the end of the year. 2022, we made more because, well, the building
Still
was under construction. There
$200,000.
was a lot of usage, a lot more kilowatts. But also the rate that we get paid, I guess, depends on the market. So it goes from, 0.1 to 0.3 down to 0.1 again and stuff. So it's not very predictable, and it's not what I can't really say exactly how much we were expecting. I think some of the net zero had to do with the new pool being more efficient as well, aside from the panels.
Yeah.
And
That's what we were saying. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
the intention was to, like I said, to be that net zero where we'd be utilizing the heat from the Omni. That didn't happen. So then the solution came, well, it's going to just be more cost efficiently built and then with the solar panels, but perhaps it won't be where we thought we would be. I'll go to Heather and then I'll go to Bill. Yeah. Bill?
Thank you. The biggest issue that I have with our electricity system is our demand system. And if your solar lights, as you mentioned, if it's a dim day or smoke or whatever, and if the pool should peak in generation of electricity, we're going to pay at that peak, whether we're 100% solar generated or not. You pay at that peak for that month. And it's a ridiculous system. It's, to me, it's robbery, but that's the unfortunate part of solar.
power in general is just, when we were renegotiating our contract a couple of years ago, it was quite eye-opening to go through that process and how they're able to make their money. But yeah, it's definitely frustrating. I agree. Splash Park.
Before you.
Oh, sorry.
get off the pool,
Yeah, we're still,
Did you have somebody else over there?
no, I was just, Bill, are you done? Yep. You go ahead, Tom.
So we're watching a conundrum in Strathcona County. 6-year-old pool, tiles are falling. They've had to close it. Looks like they're going into renos. So shut down. And so I hope we're following that, because I don't know how long we can keep contractors, and people are going to be going like this, right? Who is it? So just follow that one. That's right in our doorstep. The elevator conversation too, Kelsey, around the net zero. Somebody's to ask me saying, no, it's not net zero. In fact, our electricity costs are $130,000 a year over and above our panels. Is that my conversation with the elevator, with the girl in front of the meat counter?
The elevator?
Well, I'm just talking about.
She's like,
Oh.
did we get an elevator?
So, yeah,
So we're trying to, like the person that says to me at
Figuratively
the
speaking.
cheese
yeah.
counter saying, I hear we're net zero at the pool. I'm going to say, no,
It's
we're
not.
not. Do I use the 130,000 as a number?
Absolutely. I think that's the number we're budgeting. I think you look at, year one, right? So you can use that number. And the key point is what the mayor touched on earlier and Heather indicated is that, the original design was to have some heat reclamation from being attached to the building. So that didn't foresee. And if it's a surprise to people that solar panels are not generating enough electricity to power a facility, then I would be surprised at that. To me, that's pretty common, especially anytime you are dealing with water. So if you're either going to freeze water or heat water, you're going to pay for that, right? And as a result of that, for us to be cost recovery on recreational facilities such as arenas or pools, you would be charging market level rates, and it wouldn't be affordable or accessible to the residents of the town or the county to use that. It would just be out of reach. And if you did a market assessment on ice rates at the private rate, I bet you, I mean, we did one years ago, probably a dozen years ago, and it was $350 an hour, right? So municipalities choose to subsidize recreation, and a big cost of that expense is utilities.
Yeah, and I just, I'm trying to get in my mind that if you looked at that, and if we didn't have the, any panels on it, it would cost you this much. That would be the next obvious thing for me to say, oh yeah, but by the way, it's a $400,000 bill. Because we have the panels, it's only $130,000.
Well, I don't think it generates that much, Councillor. I think what we heard was, I think we got $8,000 in credit back so far on that. So I think we need a little bit more time, but I think it'd be safe to say that solar does not generate nearly enough power to operate this facility. And yeah, we're going to be measuring that and monitoring that over the years. And, it may be worth, in a few years, you may decide to not maintain that solar system because it's just not beneficial. And of course, that would be council's decision. It's always good to be as off grid as much as you can because Councillor Ballas indicated, the rates change for both gas and electricity depending on the peak times of the day. That's why you see all those commercials on TV. If you can run your dishwasher at 10 o'clock at night, that'd be great. Same with the pool. When the pool opens up, we start to heat the water probably a little bit earlier in the day so that when our seniors come in, we don't receive a whole lot of complaints about being cold water. We drop the temperature in the pool down to, I don't know what temperature would.
We're going to be going below 25, so.
Yeah, right. So then you start to hear about that.
So the pool in
Strathcona.
Strathcona.
So I spent a lot of time with the crew out there when they were building, and I made sure that I asked all the questions about what we should be doing to maintain our building so that it does last longer. And part of it is on us and our maintenance. And if we are on top of things, our team has been trained over and over, which I'm sure lots of people saw us in December and January working on that, and that was part of the thing. So tiles and the proper chemicals and the proper rinsing and all of that stuff to make sure that stuff lasts a long time is something that we went over. I do have a week in January where we will be doing a shutdown so our tilers can come in and make sure they are making any corrections and fixing any pieces that we see that they need to be corrected and taken out.
Right.
Does that help?
Just when you look at that, you just go, gosh, I wouldn't want to face that, right?
No, I do a building walkthrough of our building a couple times a week, look at everything I can to make sure that we are spotting those things before anything happens.
And Kelsey, are our fundraisers still at work, hard at work, or are we doing just a little different?
I believe we had a fund donation come in recently. Yeah, there was one.
So thank you for that question. So it's, let's say, not the fundraisers that we had, of course, in the fundraising committee. They have been doing their work and we thank them for that. But we do accept still donations that goes now through administration, but it's the same process. So we do have certain donations still coming to us. They're added to the donor wall, for instance. So yes, we are still actively getting those requests and we handle them as administration.
Okay, Colin?
I just wanted to kind of back to the power side of things. It's just the net zero. I understand the pitfalls of intermittent power, right? And I guess the point I wanted to try and make was, like to Tom's point, what's our elevator pitch to, Innisfail when they come up and talk about, hey, net zero building? Well, no, it's not, right? And then just to be clear with our residents too, it's not a net zero building, despite the claims, during construction that it is. So, yeah, I think it's just being a little more intelligent about exactly what it is and what we have. So That's the point I was trying to make.
We know that 60% of the electric powered buses at Edmonton are not working. You got to start paying attention to some of that stuff, right?
All right, next is the splash park. Changes are not as drastic here. Just some increases in our utilities. And that's really about it. And an slight increase in the cost share revenue, just because our costs are also increasing. And we're still kind of working through what that looks like. I think Kelsey's figured it out pretty good now, but we have to drive back and forth now to maintain it because the pool is no longer being operated there. But other than that, I think pretty status quo. And I know also another thing we're gonna have to look at in the next few years is the pad on the splash park, and it just keeps wearing and stuff, but that's not for this year's budget discussions.
I thought we did a resurfacing, yeah.
Yeah, I think the problem is what's underneath, and then anything on top wears really quickly is how I understand it. So whether we choose to do a more temporary fix, or when does it no longer make sense to do those temporary fixes and just spend a little bit more money and essentially rebuild it, is the conversation that we have to have. That's it for
Colin, just.
Sorry, I had one question. I had it written down here, but I didn't ask. It's for Heather regarding Live Barn. With the implementation of that, do we see any sort of revenue from that?
Sorry, what did you
At
say?
the Omniplex Live Barn, people can view any of the minor hockey games from anywhere.
Oh, Live Barn?
That's what it's called.
Yes, we're supposed to see 30% per prescription or subscription.
And is that accounted for in here for 24?
It won't be because we just kind of signed the agreement. We will be live before Christmas. So the equipment's on its way. And with that, each subscription, it's $28.50, I think it was, right, Berkeley or something like that. Yeah, something like that. And with one subscription, they get access to over 4,000 venues all over the world. So yeah, we're hoping it sells well. I don't have any projections because it's so new that it's money we don't have now. So that's what I'm thinking. I'll take it.
And can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Oh, sure. So what it is it's streaming on the ice. It's live streaming. And you can look at the ice anytime that you want. So say you're a snowbird and you want to see the grandkids skate, you have a monthly subscription and you can go on there and watch them skate. Say you're an elderly and you don't have good mobility or you're ill or whatnot, you can go onto the ice and you get a code and you can go on and watch anytime you want.
So is it at both the arenas?
Yes, it is.
So it's live streaming.
It's live streaming. And it's up to 30 days. So you actually can go back and watch up to 30 days. And if you buy a premium subscription, you actually can tape it.
And what about Thunder Games?
No, we have to black it out for that. I would probably black it out for that and rodeo and the carnival. Special events, unless we worked, I'm not sure, I haven't gone this far with Live Barn to see maybe for the rodeo, like maybe people in the retirement homes, they love the rodeo, but they can't go. Maybe we can work out something where it's, they pay a bit of money and then they're able to enjoy the rodeo in town because it's very well attended. So we're hoping we get good. It's costing us just the internet lines. The only thing we had to supply. Live Barn supplies all the equipment, all the maintenance of it as well. So it really costs us nothing. Plus it adds an extra service to all of our patrons. And patrons of family all over the world. So we're hoping that, it's big in Europe anyways. So
That's neat.
How much do we get as revenue, like per subscription?
it's 30%.
30%.
Yeah, so it's $28.50, and I think for the first month we give a 10% off promo code to kind of do like a promotion to get people into, interested in using it.
I wonder if there's an applicability to the swimming pool with Live Barn for swim meets. Is that possible?
The concern would become that you now have people that are dressed in such a way and you have them streaming. So that would be a bit of a safety concern for us.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot of, or a handful of nude bathers, so you never know, right?
But you can watch figure skating, you can watch public skate, you can watch anything that's on there, both of the arenas.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that's neat.
yeah.
Go ahead, Wally.
Thank you. It's a great service and it will be used, I'm sure, but I wouldn't get too excited about revenue on that. It'll be fairly minimal, but it is a nice service for people to be able to have that.
It
And we implemented in COVID a few years ago and, you know, the uptake was pretty good and but we didn't see the revenue projections that we anticipated.
I think it's just a nice service, customer service level increase.
Yeah, because there's, there's a lot of like the retirement homes in town, like lots of them, it's hard for them to get around. They have poor mobility. This way they don't miss out on anything. They can see the kids go to can skate or figure skating or public skating or whatever, right? Or, it kind of hits an all different audience. So kind of nobody needs to miss out. And I think it's going to get more and more. I know I've given the information out too. I was at a meeting in Edson. They were interested in it for their new one. And I think it's going to become more and more. I wasn't so much worried about the revenue, but even if it's $20, it's $20 I didn't have before. So it's, it's a little bit, and it also brings in more people in our community so they can feel included in our community. Because I know a lot of the times for our seniors, it's tough. They can't afford to get there or it's hard for them. And this is kind of a way for them to see their families and be a part of things. Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Heather, Kelsey, and Hans.
Yes, thank you. So next up, we have Public Works. Does anyone need
Protective Services is next.
is it Protective Services?
Yeah.
Oh, I have Public Works. Do we need a break?
Sure, let's do a 5-minute.
Okay, we'll do
Yeah.
a 5-minute break. To it and getting into Protective Services.
Awesome. We're going to have Tom take this one.
Sure.
Do you want to start with RCMP first?
Never mind, I'll start off.
Thanks.
That's what I thought the plan was, so.
I got excited there to have my granola bar. RCMP. So we have the some fines and we have the provincial grant. The mayor and myself talked a little bit about the provincial grant yesterday, and this is an ongoing. We've received, it used to be 2 different grants. They combined them because they're essentially both serve the same purpose. They're both from the government. So one was called Municipal Police and one was called Police Assistance Grant or something. Anyways, the amount remained the same. It's now one grant. We report on it every year and we sign an agreement every year for that grant. Intermunicipal transfers. So we talked a little bit as well about the CSRO, some admin that the county pays us for. And so that's what is encompassed in that number where we bill them back for those things. Salaries and wages. So this does not include any new staff. That will come as an operating request. RCMP is asking for a couple more admins. But this increase is just for the 2 years of union or essentially cost of living increases. And professional in general, we're keeping the same. That is for the, I want to say DNA.
Oh, yeah.
DNA testing
Yeah.
system that they downloaded on municipalities a couple of years ago. Used to be not paid by us, but now it is. And that's what's there. And then of course at the bottom there, and the biggest number is the purchases from the federal government, which is our contribution, our payment to the federal government to the K Division for policing in general. So we pay for 70% of most operating costs and 100% for some building related costs. And some of the increases are surrounding, of course, our wages increasing year over year. So that in itself is a portion of the increase, of course. And then the rest being just various pieces of equipment that they're going to roll out in the next year. Lasers, tasers, every single time. I apologize. Tasers, some new guns, body armor, all those kinds of things. So they have a schedule of when they're hoping to roll those out, and they don't always come to fruition in the year they expect. But I'm hesitant to decrease our budget based on the expectation that they don't come through, because sometimes we have other overages, and then we end up in prior years. There's times where we were, in 2021, you can see we budgeted 1.7 and paid 2 million. And so I'm hesitant to decrease the amount based on the expectation that perhaps they don't roll the tasers out. So I have just kept what their projections are in this amount.
Where do we see the $300,000+ that we ended up?
That's in the actuals for this year in the second to last column.
Second to
So
last.
as of September, the 800,000 that we'd paid.
Yeah.
So that's where you see it. So we have one more payment coming out, 2 more. They're always delayed.
That's the rebate or the?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that payment for that quarter was just $300,000
It was
less.
less,
Yep,
okay.
Correct.
And then where do we see also, is there money still in here for the furniture that we allocated for?
Yeah, I put that in a reserve.
That's in a reserve?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the RCMP.
Okay.
Any questions
Just
just on that?
Follow up on the reserve. We've never before put in dollars like a reserve, knowing full well that we're going to need a new RCMP building or the new fire, et cetera, et cetera. We don't go that far in our budgeting to start talking about we're setting aside reserves for that.
No, there's a couple of reasons for that. So prior to my time, the way budgeting was done is, well, no, I guess they were budgeting for the pool. So maybe one big project at a time. So they were contributing some reserves to just the pool, and then it was built. But a large amount of the surplus just went into one fund, and it just sat there, and we put more in, and then we spent some. But year over year over year over the last 4 years, we've spent more than what we've contributed. So that slush fund is gone. So now we have to talk about what big priority do we want to save for, and what can we afford in terms of a tax increase that council's comfortable with. And so I put in sort of the bare minimum. Like, this is what we absolutely have to do. Always, my recommendation will always be to do more than the bare minimum, because we will have things coming up. But in terms of putting reserve transfers into a specific, let's say RCMP building, I guess my recommendation would be, we need to put a certain percent aside for capital, just a general one. But once we have sort of, you don't have to commit to it per se, like sign off on it or anything like that. But once we know it's coming, and we know essentially an amount that it will be, at that time, I would recommend that, of course, we're going to have to set money aside, and it'll have to be years in advance unless we can get some serious funding from various levels of government, which we are still fighting for, because we know that the building belongs to the K Division, this building, which is an anomaly. Most of them are owned by the municipalities. And when the mayor and I were at AUMA meeting with the K Division, my kind of point was that, sure, most municipalities own the building and they maintain it, whatever, and they know they have to replace it. But I'm like, this is a huge, huge thing for a municipality like ours. And sure, you pay us rent for your portion, right? Because the province pays for a portion for the rural policing. But at this point, we want we want the rent, but we want you to contribute now, because that's a huge investment to make all up front, right? And to expect a municipality to do that, especially when we didn't own the building, is seems excessive. It seems like, so we already are talking about setting up a meeting to follow up, because I have not heard from anyone at that meeting, but we're going to follow up and just have further conversations about what that might look like.
And I missed yesterday's opening. Troy and group were here and made a presentation. Was there any discussion about the building?
Stats. We just touched lightly on, they have two female officers coming in, so the urgency to get that bathroom upgraded and the potential for
Yeah.
portable. So that's where Elvira said follow-up meeting
Yeah.
needs to happen, right?
Yeah, I took that there was going to be some very strong pressure for us to do something in the next couple of years. The cost of living discussion, the 30,000 that are we still discussing it with the feds, or we're just paying it?
We have to pay it. I mean, we could try not to pay it, but we'll,
I thought that
but you know, at this point, it's become payable from us, but we're gonna pay one half of it in the spring and the other half the next spring. So we're gonna keep the money in our bank as long as possible.
Colin?
Question there was, those are one-time costs, right?
The
The
300,000?
retro.
Yeah, I mean, it was a one-time cost because they retroed the raise so far back. So it does, that negotiation, of course, does impact us because it negotiated a raise going through. But yes, that huge amount was a one-time.
Right, and that is calculated in there?
We had it calculated and put into reserve last year. Yeah, so the increase from 2023 to 2024 is actually bigger because of the 300,000 that we set aside. So it's there, yeah. Awesome. Well, I will let Tom move on to protective services and he will highlight some of the changes there.
Sure. Okay, so we'll start going by going through the community policing. As council can see, there is a slight increase with salaries. That's in relation to council providing an additional CPO officer last year. So we're just now paying for that as well. In order to keep these officers, you have to pay them decently. Otherwise, they disappear and they go to other communities. So we have an incredible team right now. Cody is doing a magnificent job, and so we want to keep him here. And so we are paying for that. Moving on, another area of slight increase is professional general services. Key area there is we are moving our dispatching system to Yellowhead County. Currently, right now, we are using the provincial system. However, we were informed that they are going to a private provider. So they are no longer going to provide that service. And they also hinted at the fact that they are going to just dispatch their sheriffs and their provincial police force or whatever they have going. So they have encouraged municipalities to move to get their own dispatching. So we are moving to Yellowhead County, which is where the bulk of municipalities have already moved their CPOs to. So we're just staying in line with them. It will help us in a number of ways. They will be able to do the check-ins as well. We'll be able to monitor work alone when our officers are working by themselves. And another good part about it is even when our officers are not working, they will take the calls and they will create files. So when the officers get into the office, those files are already set up, ready to go, so they can start investigating and working on those files. So there's a lot of pluses to moving to this system, but there is a cost to that. And so that's why we see an addition. As well, our officers are now going to be having body cameras. That is kind of the trend that CPOs are now moving towards. So we want to make sure our officers are safe. So we are going to be issuing them body cameras, which also involves a few costs for licensing and that. So that's why you see some general costs there. Moving on to repairs and maintenance. Further on in budget discussions, we'll be talking about the new CPO vehicle. And part of the costs there are to put some of the equipment into that CPO vehicle. As well, we also need to have a charging system for the body cameras, so that is also included. Those costs are one shot deals. So once we purchase them in 2024, we won't have those costs. but we have to pay for them upfront. Moving on, in terms of general supplies, again, there's the biggest cost there is the body camera supplies. Once we get the body cameras, then we will be able to reduce the costs as we move forward. And that pretty much covers the CPO costs. If there's any questions about CPOs, we'll move on. Okay, moving on. Moving on to the next budget, which is the fire service budget. Again, you will see an increase in the salaries and wages. During the our wildland fire, we discovered that our paid on call personnel were being underpaid compared to other municipalities around us. So once we got through the fire, the CAO from the county as well as Elvira, we met and they tasked me with doing a bit of a survey of our surrounding municipalities. So we surveyed 5 different municipalities, and our paid on call salaries were the lowest out of all of them. So what we decided was to increase the salaries so that we are right in the middle. So we're not the highest, but we're not the lowest. So we're right in the 50th percentile, which is in line with what council has decided for salaries for full-time staff. So that is what we've done. So I have included that increase into the fire budget. As well, our call volume has continued to go through the roof. 2 years ago, we were around 350 calls. Last year, we were at around 500. Now we're projecting to be over 600 calls a year. So we are significantly increasing our call volume year after year, and consequently, we have to pay the paid on call staff to go and deal with those situations. So that's also been recognized in this budget. Sure.
What are you seeing the increase in a certain type of call? Like, is this a lot of the calls where you and your folks are backing up or replacing ambulance service? I know that was for a while there anyway. It was a big issue. Is it still?
Yes, that is still an issue. And I have tasked my staff to do a deep dive in our medical response because it seems after COVID, we are responding to pretty much everything and anything. And so I've tasked them with, okay, we need to cut this down because we can't continue this pace or this call volume. So we're now looking at putting tighter restrictions on what we're being dispatched to. So I'm hoping that we will see some changes moving into 2024 with that. The other issue we've had a significant number of wildland fires this year. We had the big fire, but prior to that, we were just going crazy with wildland calls all summer long for the most part. So that also played a big impact as well. And with the current weather conditions and what we're looking at right now, I would predict that we are going to have a very similar summer season. So that's why we've built that into the budget. Yes, that's kind of our dreaded day. All right, moving on. In terms of some other minor increases, we have increased professional general services. Primarily, we've increased the area in course registrations. This has been a plan that we launched 3 years ago to increase our training in certain areas. One of the areas, and this was prior to our big fire, was wildland firefighting. We did a lot of wildland firefighter training prior to the fire, and we are going to continue on with that path. So it's not because of the fire, but it's just a plan that we've kind of been moving towards anyway. So it will deal with incident command system training, as well as wildland firefighting, urban interface firefighting specific training. Unfortunately, those courses are not cheap. They come at a pretty high price, so we had to increase our budget line to accommodate that. As well, another part that has been recognized in this section of the budget is firefighter recognition. There was a bit of a mix-up over the years. Town council recognizes our firefighters for 5-year service, 10-year service, so on and so forth. Prior, it used to come out of the administration budget, but it has now been moved into the fire department budget so that it's a cost shared between the town and the county. It was actually done last year, but I didn't recognize that it was done. So now we're making sure that it is budgeted properly so that it's being taken out of the right budget. So that's why there's also an
And
increase.
which line is that?
That is in professional and general services.
Oh, okay.
It's part of the increase there. Moving on, in the fire service budget, GL 250, which is repair and maintenance. We have seen, I have put some increases there. Primarily, a lot of that is the result of the wildland fire. If equipment was damaged beyond repair and it needed to be replaced, that was covered through the wildland fire budget per se, in terms of the province providing funding and all that stuff. However, there's a lot of things that saw significant wear and tear that is not covered, and so consequently now moving forward into 2024, we need to overhaul some of our small engines. We need to do some repairs there. So that's generally where you see the increase. For example, vehicle repairs, tires on some of the trucks were worn during the fire, and so consequently those need to be replaced. So that's the stuff that we are going to be replacing moving forward. As well, we also have a major crack in the floor in the fire hall, which needs to be repaired. So we also have to get that fixed before it creates water damage and we have more problems with it. So we need to get that sealed and fixed properly. Moving on, insurance, you'll see it's pretty much the same, not much of a change there. Moving on into general supplies. The biggest increase here is the replacement of equipment as a result of the wildland fire. For example, our firefighter wildland boots took a beating. Consequently, we need to replace a lot of those for our membership, as well as firefighter wildland gear and bunker gear that sustained damage as a result of the fire. So those are the increases are a result of the wildland fire per se. Again, a lot of that is just it's just things that would need to be done because of what happened. In terms of fuel expenses, there's minor increases there, and I think that pretty much hits the major parts for the increases of the fire budget. If there's any questions for that? Okay. Oh, okay.
Wait,
Councillor.
Did we not purchase, or are we not purchasing a new truck? And we debentured that, correct?
So, yeah.
Right, so I guess where would that show up once we start with the debenture? Is it going to be a line item in fire services, or does that show up somewhere else?
It'd be a line item in the fire services once we debenture it. So if we debenture in 2024, then it would be 2025, but yeah.
Okay, moving on. The next budget area is emergency management. For the most part, there's been no change to this budget. The training and all that, we feel that we have ample funding for the training of the staff and everything. So we're going to move forward and continue keeping it at status quo. So there's not really much to talk about in terms of emergency management.
So emergency management / disaster services?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I call it emergency management, but it is disaster services. Sorry, my apologies.
No worries.
Yeah. So there's no real significant change. There will be a change coming that we'll talk about in terms of the, a little bit later on, and I'll explain it at that point in time, but.
Okay, and maybe you'll answer it there. So for emergency management, disaster services, where would we see an increase, or would we see something there for education preparedness kits and things like that? Like, is that something you'll talk about later?
So, good news. We have applied for a FRIA grant. I think it was $12,000, I think, and we were successful. And so we're going to use that grant for our public education. I know that's a big concern for council to make sure that we inform our public of the wildland fire hazards. So we are planning to actively participate in a public campaign for all of that. So the funds for that will come through the FRIA grant. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
And when will we start to see like some of that education pieces go out and stuff? And
We'll be starting right in the new year. So January, our plan is to start January. I'm just gonna finish up the plan in December of how we want to roll that out, and then we'll start as early as we possibly can.
perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to the next budget, which is bylaw officer. There was a few things that we needed to address in regards to this. First of all, salaries and wages are pretty close to what they are now, so there's no real significant change there. Moving into professional and general services, you will see an increase there. Primarily, the increase there is in regards to our legal fees. How it functioned in the past was all the legal fees were paid out through the administration budget. But keeping in what Elvira had told you earlier about, we want to start allocating funds to the proper location so that council can get a better understanding of where the costs are and what they are for. We've now shifted the bylaw legal fees into the bylaw budget. So you'll see a decrease in the administration side, but it's now being put into the bylaw enforcement side of the house. So it's more of a shift as opposed to an increase, but it does show an increase in the bylaw enforcement budget. Anytime we have a dispute in regards to tickets or whatnot, and it goes to court, we require our legal team to fight those. As council is aware, we've been very successful. We had a challenge with some tickets over the community standards bylaw, and we won. We've won all of the cases to this point. So that's really good news for us. That tells us that our bylaw is solid, and the judicial system sees it as being a good piece of legislation. So that has been successful. However, when you have those challenges, you do need to go to court and you need to fight it out.
So a question there. So legal fees, we went to court, we won. Is that not the responsibility of whoever challenged it now to absorb those costs, or they still fall on
No,
us?
that was not part of the decision by the judge. The judge just issued the tickets and basically told the landowners that they have to pay the fines.
Okay,
that's
so we didn't
basically-
have to pay legal fees.
No.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead, Wally.
Thank you, Your Worship. In a civil matter, you can try to go after that stuff for sure, the legal fees, but when you're an organization of our size, the judge will look at that as potentially financial hardship on the person that is found guilty. So
Gotcha.
it's hard to recoup those in these cases.
Okay.
Some other minor increases there. Council is aware that if we have a derelict property that needs to be cleaned up, and the owners of the property refuse to do that, the process is that we will bring a company in to clean it up, and then we will either issue an invoice to the property owner, or we will put it on their property taxes. But we needed to show a place marker of where that fund comes, because when the company comes asking for their money, that once they've cleaned up the property, we needed to show where that expense came from. So basically we put money in here, but it's money in and money out. Like it's not really, it doesn't really cost us per se. It costs the property owner because we go after them in different ways. So that's primarily, but we did have to show it in here. As well, we also had body camera licenses as well, which again, that's a cost for our officer safety. In terms of the budget that you see too, there's a little bit of a, there's one section, it's 2-241-00-2610. Can everybody see that line? It's called bylaw compliance. That's a bit of a misprint. Last night when I was going through the budget, I discovered it and I let Elvira know that budget line item shouldn't be that code. It should be a 250 repair and maintenance. So that $7,500 is actually for repair and maintenance. It's not for bylaw compliance. So we'll make that change, but that just so that council is aware, that's what that cost is. And finally, in terms of supplies, there's not really a lot of change here. Again, we've built in body camera supplies, but other than that, that's it. There's not really anything significant.
Colin?
Any questions?
Tom, for bylaws, when we look at maybe Center Court, for instance, and they have some derelict mobiles there. I was chatting with some folks from Wainwright who work for the town there. And when they have a derelict building like that, they call the Mennonites. Mennonites come and get it for free, take it away and refurb it.
Wow.
So is that an option here? I don't know if we've explored that or.
I haven't heard of that before, but we can definitely explore that as a possibility.
Yeah, just a thought there. I mean, that might lessen the burden on the
Sure.
the landowner and be the town, right? And
Yeah.
maybe lessen those disputes.
Absolutely. We can look at that, explore that for sure. Interesting. I haven't heard of that before.
Interesting, yeah.
So that's good to know.
We have a conversation that'll be coming here in the next few weeks, so that'll be maybe a point to be brought up.
Yeah, there you go. Moving on to the last budget, which is animal control. There's not a lot of changes here. If you move to professional and general services, there are some slight increases. Some of that is in relation to our vet fees. I've said this many times to council that we have an animal problem in our community, and consequently our fees for looking after those animals, whether it be vet fees or putting them in kenneling so that we can find the owners, or we can turn them over to Cause for Critters, continue to rise. So I have budgeted accordingly for that adjustment. We also have the Cause for Critters contract that is included in there. That contract will be ending at the end of April, at which point in time we're going to be renegotiating that contract with Cause for Critters. Just so council is aware, they do provide a good service for us, and it's very cheap. Really, at the end of the day, if we were to have to hire our own staff to look after that, it would be significantly higher than what we are paying them. Do we have some issues once in a while? Yes. Is it perfect? No, but it is a pretty good service, and they generally do a good job looking after our animals that we require. So I'm generally pretty satisfied with working with them. So repair and maintenance, we increased a little bit for some building maintenance that needs to be done moving into 2024. This year was a bit of an anomaly in the building. We had some significant issues. We had a hot water tank problem, and we had a furnace problem. Moving forward in 2024, we will have some repairs to some that was caused from flooding, as opposed to some of the animals caused some damage in there. So that will be the repairs moving forward into 2024. But it was just a bit of an anomaly in terms of the building this year, where we had some unexpected costs. So you'll see for the actuals in 2023 that there'll be some higher costs for repair and maintenance, just so council is aware. And I think that's pretty much it. In terms of the only other part to touch on is general supplies. There's a slight increase there, and that's to pay for some microchip readers. So the one that we currently have it's showing its age, so we need to replace that so that we can, that gives us the ability to identify the animals and get them back to their owners. So that's basically the change there. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you
Council,
for
any
that.
questions?
Why is there not a number under leases?
Sorry, I'm just looking.
Into the budget?
I believe that was for the vehicle. We were leasing the vehicle, which is going to be the discussion, the capital discussion that we're going to have moving forward. We had the, and this is going back to putting things in the right department, in the right category. Technically, our bylaw enforcement vehicle, when we originally got the vehicle, it was being used in the civic center, and then the idea was, oh, well, let's just use that vehicle for animal control, because at that time we needed an animal control vehicle. So then the budget shifted into the animal control department, whereas now that vehicle is the bylaw enforcement vehicle. So I know it's a little bit confusing, but it's just because of
And the lease came up.
the lease came up. And so now, rather than leasing again, we're asking council to purchase a new vehicle. So that's going to come up in the capital discussion.
So that's why it's not under bylaw control either as a
Correct.
line item for lease. So it'll be a
Correct.
capital, we'll
Correct.
say capital. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from anybody from animal control?
No.
No?
Okay.
Okay,
Great,
thank you
thank you.
very much.
Awesome. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. So it is 1:45. Is lunch here? Oh, okay, just because I could hear something. I was just wondering, we're jumping into Public Works. Do we want to just start maybe Common Services then? And
Yeah, let's start and see where we get to.
sure,
Yeah.
security.
So Shelley, if you can come up, I'll start us off, but there'll definitely be some questions for you here. So at the top in Common Services, we had grant revenue last year for, I believe we were expecting summer staff grant that we are not going to budget for because we have no idea if we get it or not. And last year we didn't get it and we didn't find out till like July. So it's just, we are changing how we're going to apply and hope to get it, and that will improve our bottom line. Other than that, the wages increase in Common Services. So I'll just speak overall about Public Works and Parks here. So this is our biggest wage, like our most of amount of our wages is here. So we see, we should have seen just over 4%, between 4 and 5% based on the union negotiations. But we're seeing closer to 8% in this department. And the reason for that is the way just happens that we had a group of people that all bumped the grid in the same year. And we also had one of our mechanics get a higher level of certification and therefore jumped onto like the mechanic grid, I believe.
Yep.
And so wages is the biggest factor in this budget. And then the other item being, the other big one typically that I discuss is professional in general. We don't see much of a change, but we do see a bigger change in repairs and utilities. So we'll go through and address those as we get through. So Common Services, you see the bottom line, they're going from 422 to 672, but the biggest reason for that is depreciation. So just changing the way we're writing off a building over its lifespan. It's not a tax impact. So at the bottom, you'll see it removed when calculating the tax requirement. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Actually, depreciation, I was going to ask about that. So why do we account for it if we take it off at the end of the day?
It really is bizarre that we are required to budget for it in a municipality, but that's a requirement we're required to do it. because we paid for it and tax it up front, and then that's just the way we write off. So we have an asset sitting here and then we slowly write it off over the term of its lifespan, being that once it's zero on our assets, it would be classified as zero net book value before we buy a new building. It changed a few years ago, the requirement. We never used to budget for depreciation, and it really confuses things, I feel like, because it's a big number typically. It can be a really, really big number, and it scares people, but then you see that, oh, okay, that's not a tax requirement for this specific year.
Just for curiosity, the actual and the budgeted, there's a big difference in 2022. I'm assuming that's going to be the same for 2023 for depreciation.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for this?
Typically, so the bump in 2022, we didn't realize that, well, because it doesn't have a tax impact, we pulled the numbers from our, at the end of the year when we did the audit, we pull and calculate all the amortization. And when we were doing the 2023 budget, we had not yet completed the 2022 year end. And so we simply budgeted the same amount, but we had a new building that we added onto it. So it increased once that was added and calculated. And that's why that big variance from year to year, but it does not impact taxes. But yes, that is the reason why in that case, because because of that building. Yeah.
Thank you.
The new public works shop. Equipment and vehicles, pretty status quo, wages increasing, leases decreasing. Leases decreasing because of a few buyouts of bigger equipment. So we lease, large equipment, we leased for 2 or 3 years. And then at that point, it makes more sense to buy it out rather than to continue the lease. And so in the last couple budget discussions, we've made the decision to buy out a few large pieces of equipment. So it decreased our overall leasing needs. And then shop and yard. Really, the only increase there is wages again, road, street, sidewalks. So this is where we have a significant increase in repairs, and I will let Shelley speak to that.
Yeah, so we were hoping to have a bigger capital project coming to you guys, but we are still waiting for that asset management piece to get completed. So this year, our priorities are going to be going through our 2018 condition assessment and tackling all the critical, or as many critical sidewalk repairs that we can get done in the 2024 year. But that really is the only bigger increase to that budget is for the sidewalks.
Turn the mic back on. That's the only really change in road, street, sidewalks. For street cleaning, similar to last year, it's just our own wages accounted for in there. There's no external costs. Boulevards and easements. So we have an increase here in repairs because we have not, Shelley can speak to this if it's not accurate, but for a couple of years, we have not been repairing drainage ditches.
Correct. Yeah, we've seen some drier summers, so we haven't seen bigger issues with drainage, but we had some pretty long cycles of rain this summer, and a lot of these have popped up as we need to get in there with some smaller equipment and clean them out and make the ditch more defined to help with drainage. So that's where that increase comes from.
And moving on to streetlights. So this is where I kind of alluded to previously, where a bigger increase is for utilities. So it's not an actual increase from prior year actuals, but it is an increase from prior year budget. I think that I think if I remember correctly, and I was looking back at my notes and I couldn't find the specific notes from that conversation, but I believe I thought we were expecting a change in the way the power, we paid power for streetlights. And so I don't know 100% if we budgeted low for that reason. But as you can see from in 2021, 2022, and trending on 2023, we're closer to the 600,000 per year rather than 500.
So are we locked in at a rate? Did we lock in or
Correct.
do we did?
Yeah, I will look at the contract again. I think it was a 3-year contract, so I think it would be coming up for discussions at some point towards the end of this year. Our contract with Capital Power. Sign, signals, and line painting. So increase to repairs and supplies, and it has to do with the quality of our line painting, and I'll let Shelley speak to that.
Yeah. So when I've talked to a couple different contractors, they suggest to keep our lines more vibrant, to look at doing a spring fall paint. So we did increase based off of that. It's not the signals that will be repainting twice. It'd be the long lines that we do twice in a summer or in a season. As well as there is an increase in there to street lights or like our traffic lights. Reason being is we hadn't been inspecting them twice a year like we're obligated to do. So there is an increase in the budget to bring that up to standards.
I've had quite a few concerns and messages about the line painting coming to me lately.
Yeah, it's always a hot topic. I know that
always,
they
yeah.
do regulate what we can and can't use. I did want a little bit of space in there to try a cold thermal paint for the signals. So for the turning arrows and the crosswalks in a couple areas, I wanted to just see how it works because generally they say that you're not supposed to on older pavement. It doesn't adhere as well. But there is this cold product that may work. So I would like to try a couple of different locations just to see how that goes and then maybe budget for that thermal in 2025.
I think recently it has come up because typically in November, we don't see the lines
Yeah.
much
maybe.
because of the snow, because I've noticed that too. Like I've noted, lines. And I think that part of it is that we've extended our period of being able to actually consistently see the line.
Yeah,
but
and I have a
it's just-
couple new drivers there and pre-drivers in my home. So when you're like, okay, well, look at the line. Well, there is no line, right? And things, and same with on the highway, I do get that, I don't know if we can be advocating a little bit stronger for the highway too, because I even know like the River Hill, that's one thing where we always get is a concern this time of year, how dark it is and dangerous. I did notice too, maybe it's always been there but I think it's something fairly new along Highway 16.
Yep.
I think every intersection, the lights now, did you notice that? All the way from Edmonton pretty much to the Entwistle turnoff. I was like, it's all lit up now, all the way down Highway 16. And I thought, that's pretty impressive. And one of the things I wanted to know is when we built the bridge, when we went back, was not part of that contract or discussions. I thought there was supposed to be lighting when you come down when you're heading from the east, just before you hit the River Hill and all the way up. Was there not supposed to be lighting all through there?
I'm not sure. I can look into that for sure. We can talk to highways and see what they.
It's so dark there, and yeah, it just kind of thought maybe that's something we could have a conversation about. Colin?
The new stretch on 50th, that paint seems to be holding up very well. And when you drive over it, you can actually feel it on your tires.
That's thermal.
Oh,
So it lasts a lot longer. Like you could see an increase in that lasting up to maybe even up to 5-10 years, just because it is the thermal. It is only the signals, not the long lines. But yes, they are
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the cost is up
significant.
there too, right? But
but if we're doing it twice a year, right? And versus, yeah.
We previously talked about if we did find a more expensive, but longer lasting, expensive maybe in 1 year fix, that maybe we have some sort of rotation where we do sections of road every year till we're all the way caught up.
And then
Which could be an
cycle would
alternative.
start over.
Yeah.
Kind of get in a maintenance program that way.
Yeah. Tom?
Just a quick question. I should have asked it just before we went into the signs and signals, but do we still have the hot mix machine that for potholes? Or
Yes.
we're utilizing that? It's probably over with now because we're into the new world. Oh,
Yeah.
It's a weird season. This
It is a
time,
weird
so we can talk it out.
Construction still happening.
Yeah.
and we're happy with that, the results of that?
Rick?
we, when we're doing our crosswalks and stuff, do we just blow off that pavement and then lay down the paint? You know, that's also a factor on 50th too, is brand new asphalt will hold that stuff pretty darn good. I wonder if, is it worth considering, maybe pressure washing a couple of crosswalks the next time we do it, just to see if we get a little better adhesion and a little longer lasting?
We can definitely look at that with Public Works and we could use a pressure washer on our vac to even give them a good cleaning before we lay the paint.
Might be worthwhile, just one or two, to see if we get a better, longer lasting.
For sure.
shot, maybe.
Awesome. Snow and ice. It's probably everyone's favorite. So if things stay the way they have been, then we're expecting to be under budget in 2023. And so we're keeping the budget for professional general, like our contracted services, the same. That's our best prediction. We have not, so if we don't use all of this year's and we go over budget next year, we'll have that money set aside to cover. But of course, the whole cost does increase a little bit because we do have a significant amount of our own people that help in snow removal. So the wages, it does impact the bottom line.
So that's if we're using for snow and removal though, right? Only if it snows.
Yeah, yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That could be
yes, correct.
significantly.
Yeah, you see like both the wages and the professional in general being way under.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then do we have a percentage of that? I hate to say that, I mean, it's going into reserve for snow removal, but some of that being rolled over to fire services?
I mean, we can talk about it if we don't need it next year. Like if we start January, February, March and we haven't needed it, we could definitely discuss it at that point. But this 2023 will be,
My concern is if we have no snow, no moisture, right?
might as well spend it on fire.
Yeah. For
Because
education.
in 2022, we started that conversation about starting to put put money into reserves just to stabilize the ups and the downs. And it's so hard to predict. But then surprise, we were over budget that year, so there was nothing to put aside. But in 2023, we're looking to actually put some aside from that budget. So that is really good. And that way we can use some in the next year if we're over. So it'll stabilize the tax impact a little bit, which is really good. Festive lights, a small increase to both, but not significant. That's just like the maintenance of the lights and.
Well, and we've added some more festive lights, so
Yeah.
we got to make sure we can get those up every year.
Yep. Yeah. Storm sewer, not really any changes there. Minor changes all the way through, but nothing significant. Parks, so the change is, it seems harsh, but some of that change is simply the intermunicipal transfer, so the cost share, where the money was budgeted and then allocated. So budget kind of across Omniplex, pool, parks, but in actuality, it's not all parks. So there's only some parks they cost share on. So I decreased the allocation here because in actuality, they only cost share for $56,000 worth of expenses, so half of that. So it's not an actual change to expenses, or to the income really overall to the organization. It's just how much we're claiming here in parks because they do only cost share on some parks and they always have. It's not a change.
So why does it show, and that's under intermunicipal transfers, why does the number go down significantly? I don't get it.
It's just, in actual year to date, it's just a matter of they had not paid, like we hadn't invoiced them when this was pulled. So we're expecting the full 28,000. So the 95, when we budgeted it, was based on the assumption on deficits. So I spread the deficit across all the departments that they cost share on, and that's how I was allocating the revenue. But they don't cost share on this entire deficit. They only cost share on a number of parks. So it's not that our cost share revenue is decreasing. It's just that it's less recorded here and more at the pool and more at the Omniplex.
Okay. And that's all from previous to like.
Yep,
Okay.
yeah. Other than that, we have some, like the supplies increasing, just some more park benches, picnic tables.
No picnic tables,
No pic-
benches
no,
and
benches,
garbage cans
Garbage cans, that's right.
for replacement.
No picnic tables?
Not in here. no.
Yeah, that was
There's-
done last year.
That was
yeah.
done last year, yeah, too. Yeah. Taking a break
Um,
this year.
Yeah, that's parks. Oh, and the wages, sorry, reverse. The wages, so last year we budgeted for 17 staff. And this year, assuming that 3 were gonna get grant funded. And so it's just the way it was budgeted. And then but we hired 20. And so this year it's the full 20 are budgeted in there, in the full 20 summer students, knowing that the level of service, in order to maintain that, we need the 20. And the last 2 items, the Rotary building, that's the building where the food bank is and the washrooms. And so we're not changing the budget there. Not a ton of ongoing stuff that's needed there. So that's what that is. And then at the very end, we have the cemetery, and the cemetery is an interesting one too, because the burial, like the sale of plots and such, it just changes a fair amount year over year. Like through COVID, we saw like almost nobody purchasing, as like what's happening to them. I don't know. Anyway, and then we saw an increase. Well, that was 2020, and then an increase in 2021, and then kind of maintaining the 48,000, but I was using sort of a trend from a longer period, and my best guess is 45,000. Could be more, but typically, if we have more burials, we also have more wages. So there's not really a ton of like money per se to be made, but we do want to make sure our fees at least cover the costs. And then a small amount of the fees as well goes into a reserve for perpetual care. And so we want to make sure that one day when we close that cemetery, there's some reserves there to maintain it when it's no longer bringing in income. And we only started that a couple years ago as well. And so that brings the cemetery to just a tiny surplus. And that's the end of Public Works. If you have any more questions, lunch is here, but I will take questions.
Quick question. She said, you could tell by her voice. I'll go to Colin.
The Lions, what is it, the rodeo grounds? Where does that fall under?
The what, sorry?
The rodeo grounds, is that the Lions? The Lions Club runs that?
Yes, the Rotary grounds, like for events.
Yes, yeah, I always, yes.
Who operates that? And I guess, is there any cost to the town on that?
I don't believe, Hans, do you know? Like, do we like mow and maintain that?
I think so.
Does it cost our summer staff?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So we do support that with services from our departments or Parks and Public Works. But basically it's the Lions that takes care of that. So when we saw them do the improvement, I think it was 2 years ago, to the bleachers, they put significant work in that. But basically it's the Lions Club that oversees it first.
So if we maintain it, then there's definitely a cost for us, but yeah.
So, given the fact that we're not removing any snow nor ice, what are we doing with the crews? What are they doing? And I'm going to bring up the Bee Park as part of that, because we were at one point going to go and clean that area up. And so if we have extra time, but maybe the guys are just busy doing whatever they do.
I've got a couple of the guys tied up for exploratory work for the distribution project, and some other, we're trying to use as many in-house assets as we can to do CC repairs. Anything that we can do in-house, the better. We're also doing pothole filling still. And the guys are working on updating their safety training as well, to be all ready for the next year. But I could talk to Billy and we could see if we could allocate some resources to get into DB land and keep going on cleanup in there. It's going to take us some time. Yeah, we did get a cost to contract that, and it was significant, and I didn't want to bring that. So we're going to pluck away at it in-house until we get there.
I seen somebody there the other day, some sort of work truck. I'm trying to think of who it was. Wasn't the town, it was somebody else. Looked like they were cutting trees down or something.
I hope not. That's our land.
I know. And then there was a car parked there too. My daughter, we were practicing parallel parking. That's why, and I was kind of like,
We'll look into that. Oh,
oh, okay.
our arborist.
Oh, okay, okay.
Glad they're here.
It was legit, good. Any other questions? No? Okay,
Nick?
well, thank you very much.
Did you have anything to add for parks? Anything that we didn't cover? Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that you did come here, so if there was something that I didn't accurately portray.
Well, and it was such a long one. I thought we'd be an hour on it. That's why I was like, but I think because once I planted that seed that lunch was here, everybody was like, that's it, yeah. Oh, okay. So, well, thank you very much for that. We'll break for lunch and we'll reconvene does everyone need an hour? Yep. How's everyone feeling? 1 o'clock? Okay, 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. At 1 p.m., we will reconvene back into our budget discussions. Before we jump into utilities, Monica just had a quick question around enforcement. We were just chatting there and we missed something. So we just had a little question. Go ahead, Monica.
Yes, I'd like to get a little bit of clarification on. So we have the community policing at 233,000. Then we have the bylaw control at 76,711, and then animal control at an additional 77,603. Why is it split up like that? Why do we have
Why is
three
it so
different
high?
categories and that much?
Well, animal control has changed over the years because we used to do it entirely out of house. Then we brought some of it in-house and we had someone dedicated. And so in the past, we had bylaw. So one person doing partly bylaw, partly animal control. They're different functions. They do different things, but often one person does them both. Now we have bylaw, which we have one person in bylaw and two people in community policing in the CPO. So those are three different functions that are being served within the town of Drayton Valley. And the increase from 2023 to 2024 is some of the things that Tom discussed in terms of having the cameras and training and stuff for extra employees, because we now have 3 instead of 2.
So if we have 3 instead of 2, we went from a budget of, let's say 160. So we're budgeting 181 for the community policing. Then we're budgeting for that's wages and salaries, another 31,000 for the bylaw. And salaries and wages, and another 31,000 in salaries and wages at the animal control.
Yeah, so the animal control and the bylaw, those wages is one person whose wages split in between those two.
Okay.
And then 2 people in the community policing.
Okay.
So that's 3 positions?
Correct.
And then I think Tom spoke to, in order to retain our CPOs, there was an increase in wages, right?
We just put them on the grid higher than what the budget was by a slight amount, but 2 different positions.
Okay.
Still within but they're just a little bit higher on.
Okay. So those 3 positions, sorry, what the salaries?
So 181, 393 for the policing, and then there's bylaw is 31,889, and animal control was 31,889.
So the 181 for the community policing is 2 people.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And bylaw and animal control, the 36, that's 1 position. 36 split between the 2 different functions.
Okay, I thought you said 400 and something for those three
Well,
positions.
The net, I think. Like with professional general and supplies and fuel and
That's with
leasing
everything.
and
Okay,
stuff,
no, I
yeah.
thought it was just for salaries
No,
and I was
no,
like,
no.
oh.
Yeah, no, combine everything.
It's a significant amount. Yeah,
It
it
is,
is a significant amount. I would say that in 2020 or 2021, at that time, that council put a lot of like community safety and bylaw and stuff like that was it was a big complaint or something that it seemed like the community really wanted. And at that time, we started talking about hiring more, like putting more effort and more. And so then we were vacant for a while in the community, in the CPO position. And then last year is when council approved that second position. So it was a service level increase. That
And
cost.
enforcement level.
Yes,
for sure.
exactly.
Yeah.
So it definitely comes quite a bit higher than for like 3 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you for that. We'll jump into utilities now. Starting with water billing.
Sounds good. So water billing, we're increasing the revenues slightly. Our rates are following the Corvus study. And so there's a slight increase there. And so that's increasing. And then everything else in the water billing function is staying relatively the same. And then moving on to water, like the engineering function, it's the same. There's not a ton changing there. We had one special project. It was an assessment, I believe, the South Sanitary Trunk that was in 2023 and having been completed this year, and it will not need extra money in 2024. For water treatment,
Bill has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. In our bulk water, it seems like our revenue keeps being reduced. So why is that? Is there something that we can change to increase that or to pick that up?
We keep changing what we do with how we charge it. So we've had different direction from council year over year as to how we charge for bulk water, but I'll let
Yeah,
Shelby
so
explain.
we did I want to say it was 2020, we decreased our rates, which actually promoted more people to come to us. And then in 2021, we aligned our rates with the county at $9.25 a cube. And that actually pushed customers away. So that's kind of where that decrease is coming from.
So is it something we should review?
We could review that in the fee schedule for sure.
At that time, there was specific direction from council to increase the rates. I don't remember if there was a reason outside of the revenue. I thought there was in terms of our impact on our staff. I can't remember, but
No,
reason.
no, I think it was more to align with the county's rates and to not take business away from the community bulk water accounts or sellers.
Oh, right. That's what it was. Yeah.
So to keep our rates above theirs so that they were still a competitor so they could make revenue as well. But we ultimately aligned with the county's rates is how that kind of went.
And then when you talk about a slight increase to the water as per the Corvus report, how would we communicate that slight increase then without the community reading the full Corvus report study? So what would be the simplest way?
It's so slight. It's like 10
cents or 10 cents. Yep. A cube.
10 cents a cube, I think. I will have to read to see what we did last year.
Yeah.
This is it's kind of steady over time.
And maybe Jen did craft something up there.
Yeah,
that
it could
was
be.
In regards to the Corvus report, or maybe it was the year before.
It was the year before.
Was it the year before? Okay.
Because it did change that first year after the Corvus report was more, I think it was a bit more extreme. And then now it's just 10 cents, but we can look at that. I'll make a note to look
We
at.
can pull that back out again, just if there is questions, we can be using that same quote that we use.
The idea being that what we charge for water is set so that we can replace the infrastructure we own.
Yeah. And I think that's important that if we are asked that or the reason why, right? And
Right.
rather than
Yeah.
going into please read the study, then it's that. And I remember, I think, Jen did craft something and it was really good. Colin?
I remember Owen at the time was presenting that, I think, and I think to normalize it, he said that equates to about flushing your toilet 250 times essentially, right? And
Good memory.
right.
It is very, very minor, but yeah, I'll definitely look at that.
Well, and that would have been the bigger jump, but these smaller 10-cent jumps, it's not going to be that excessive.
So if we didn't flush the toilet as much is what you're saying, then maybe we wouldn't see an increase in our household?
Yeah, I mean, yes, that you could communicate it that way too, yes.
Thanks.
It's just how minor the 10 cents is and comparatively to like
Use your
what you
backyard.
use, right? I'll write a note and we will look at that.
I like Bill's comment though.
Down to water treatment, wages increasing. Some of the increase is, of course, what I discussed previously. Some of it is allocating between the different utilities function and making sure they're accurate. And then also summer staff, I believe. And I'm just trying to look through. So other than that, there's not huge change in water treatment.
Can I comment
Absolutely.
on the repairs and maintenance? You'll see quite a bit of a jump there. So in
which
the
budget?
water plant, pardon me,
Under
in
which?
R&M, repairs
water
and
treatment.
maintenance. Yeah, so you're gonna see there's a significant jump there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That is due to, so in the plant, we have tanks that hold our chemical for treatment. And last year we had noticed that there was quite a bit of crystallization happening. So we reached out to the supplier and they suggested that we do a desludge on our tanks so that our chemical can flow out the discharge lines freely. And that is like a $38,000 touch because it is a vessel and it's quite a large tank. And there's no access point for somebody to actually enter in. So we'd have to send a robot down to actually clear out the crystallization that's happening within that tank. So our plan is to do one this year and then another one next year, and then be done for another 5 to 8 years. Just so you know what that increase is.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry, I
Oh,
missed
Paul,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also, it looks like a significant increase in the salaries and wages there too, like 20%-ish.
Yeah, the overall is quite a bit less than that, like the overall utility. It is a significant increase, the same as Public Works. We have the same thing happen here, but it's also the allocation of how much, where they actually spent their time. So when they spent, what we do is we pull the actuals from the prior 1 year or part of the year, whichever, and then we use that to budget. And so sometimes we find out as we go, like, hey, like this, as something is aging or whatever, they spend more time here or here. And so it's partly just an allocation as well between some of the others. But it is a big increase.
So overall, though, it's just going to fluctuate over.
Yeah,
time.
it's around the same as the Public Works one. Upwards of like, I think 8%, but the fluctuations in between. So they'll go slightly up in all the areas, but this one went up by a higher amount because of the allocation between the utility. And we also had some variances with when we have turnover in management and stuff, and like where we allocate, like when Shelley was working, she was just utilities, but actually she was doing a lot of non-utility work and such. So sometimes there are some variances there, but there's no new positions in this wage stack. Distribution and mains, pretty status quo. A little bit increase in wages there. And water reservoir is the same. There's just some inflationary increases. And then wastewater, we don't have, the Corvus study did include increases for wastewater, but not till, I believe, next year it starts increasing, and it's been held for the last couple of years. And wastewater engineering. So nothing really to note in that one. But the next one is where we have our very large increase in utilities. So under wastewater management. So we have a slight decrease in repairs. And I believe we decreased that because of our vac truck. So if we can get an operator to operate the vac truck, then it will decrease some of our internal repairs. So we won't have to hire companies to do that. And then the big change is the utilities. And I'll let Shelley explain the reason why that is.
So at the end of 2022, as council probably remembers, we were getting quite a few odor complaints from the wastewater treatment facility. During that time, I started researching how can we stop those odor complaints from occurring, which was an upgrade to our aeration system in the first 2 lagoons to offset that, to add oxygen to the wastewater to stop the release of gas. When we did that, we also had to in turn turn on a second blower, aeration blower, so that we could still meet our regulatory requirements for treatment. When doing that, it significantly impacted the cost of utilities, which I anticipated, but not to that extreme. So yes, it's an increase. We see that's a problem. We're hoping that when we do our upgrades, we can implement something that's going to help get some cost saving measures on those blowers, to be putting in some variable frequency drives so they're not just full out running, and we can kind of control how much power we're consuming at that time. But that is the main cause for that increase.
No questions on that?
Everyone looks a little sleepy.
Yeah, this is where the chocolates
This is
should.
where the sweeties, the
Yeah.
sugar handout. No,
Yeah.
wonderful. Keep going.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to waste, which is our landfill. In general, our Aspen Waste Management, that first function there, we're seeing our revenue increase. This is with some of our rate changes and that we've done over the last few years. So we have some increase there in revenues. The other revenues is when like scrap metal and stuff, and it's not a predictable amount that we can budget for. So we left that, and then the interest is Aspen Waste has its own bank account, and we do transfer money out of there into our bank account, but it does carry a balance. We don't transfer money every month, and so it builds some interest. Other than that area, so the contracted services is we pay GFL to run the to operate the landfill, and that's the cost there, the 600,000. It is up, but not significantly, just over 10,000. But what is up is the repairs, and I will let Shelley speak to the repair costs.
Yeah, so we need to, so the main road that you drive in is getting a little rough and pitted. So we need to bring in some gravel and reshape that road. So majority of the cost increase on that is for the road repair, which would be, it'll come back down again the following year, but next year it'll be a little bit higher.
And then the next section is that 570,000 that we bring in. That is the $19 a month that we charge households for waste and recycling. And then we have just the management wages under there and the receptionist, because we in 2021 you see the budget was 0 in wages. We were taking over and we started having to staff the scale house. Under contracted services is where we pay integrity for waste pickup. And then environmental is where we pay for recycling pickup, and then various costs surrounding our environmental obligations for running our landfill. So leachate and monitoring and all that kind of stuff. So the amount after the bare minimum reserve transfers, it did decrease a little bit, the amount we're bringing in. But overall, we did go through this budget and the utilities and the public works. I didn't mention that, but Shelley and I went through it a few times just to see where we could move things, where it wasn't gonna have a more expensive impact. Like if just moving something that's 10,000 this year and it's gonna be 10,000 next year, we can do that. We do that sometimes, but if moving a repair that's 10,000 this year, that's gonna be 20,000 next year because we left it, in those situations, we don't like to, defer. So we did go through and we went and decreased anywhere we could. So we've, Shelley did put a lot of effort into finding every little area where we could bring things in-house or defer. And so we did come closer in line with where we wanted to be on this budget than the initial proposal was. So that I really appreciated that. But yeah, if you have any questions on waste.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just, what's our current rate per ton? I know we bumped it up a little bit. I think that was last year, didn't we?
I think so.
I'm just curious.
We bumped the out of town, but we had actually, when I looked this year, we hadn't increased our in town since I think 2017 or 18. So we are proposing a 2.5% across all the Aspen waste fees. But I can tell you
I think our rate's pretty good.
Yep.
I think we do have room there, without without hurting residents anyway. I mean, any resident that's hauling a load of stuff in they'd be lucky to get a ton.
Yeah.
Lucky. Half a ton probably. And what are we at? $100 or something?
Yeah, it's just over 100 and then it's a 515 minimum or something like that.
Yeah. So
Aspen.
it's not a real hardship on
So,
behalf
yeah.
of our residents necessarily.
76.90 is the proposed rate for residential and for in town, and 101 for out of town. That's with the 2.5 increase that we're proposing this year. So yeah,
And what's it out of town, sorry?
101.50. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah. Sorry.
And overall, we're happy with both Integrity and GSL and our contracts. Our contracts generally run a two-year program, but overall, we're generally happy with that.
GFL's, I believe it's a 5-year contract. Integrity, I want to say it's 3 to 5. I can't remember right off the top of my head. I could pull the contract fairly easy. I know that Integrity has struggled in some areas, but it is their first full year. And I know that E360, we probably experienced the same issues. So they'll get there. It's just going to take them a little bit of time. So other than that, we're pretty happy with their services. They respond pretty quickly to us when we ask them what's going on. So.
Yeah, and that was going to be my second question. Your communication level and response levels are what they should be?
Yes, absolutely.
Bill?
At one time, I think we were talking to Recovery, was it? Recover. Where are we with that? And what's happening?
Well, Wally's just started, so I know that we are going to have a sit down and to have a conversation with Recover once we get through the budget. So it's kind of stalled for a little bit here, and we'll pick it back up right after budget and give you a report on that.
But is it going to be a budgetary item? Because there's things that would have to be done there, would there not be?
Not this year. It won't be a budgetary item, no.
Maybe I'm missing something. Was there gonna be an expense to us? I thought that,
It was revenue, I thought, coming in.
I thought they were gonna incur, yeah, I mean, we can look at it, but
There
it definitely
would
wasn't.
be an expense to us because
Okay.
we would have to build a cell that could
Oh.
take their waste.
Oh, the
um,
last time I spoke with them, which is a long time ago, and I left it up to you, I thought they were gonna build the cell. It was gonna be like the agreement, so that's why I wasn't sure where that was coming from, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten very far on that quite
Yeah,
yet.
I think it's a conversation that we should continue with and maybe our economic development could get involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and the real key, of course, of that is whether or not, in fact, our landfill can take their waste. And that was a provincial government and maybe even federal, that need to tell us that, right? And you probably haven't gotten that far.
No, we haven't gotten that far, but there would have to be conversations with our regulatory bodies for sure.
And same with the other company too at the water treatment that we were exploring as well, right?
It's symbiotic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest concern, I think the biggest thing that we have to look at is that when we have our landfill cells, we have to monitor them indefinitely. And that monitoring cost is, we don't really know how long it's going to be. So that we just have to make sure that when we enter into an agreement with a company like this, that we know what rate to charge now, so that 20 years from now, when they're who knows where, and we're monitoring and paying for the costs of that cell, that we actually have made our money's worth out of it. And that's the complicated thing out of landfills, is making sure that it's a, quite honestly, it's a best guess situation. Like, we recalculate it every year. Our auditors do, but it's really hard to project what something will cost 50 years from now. And we also have no idea how long the monitoring will be. It could be 20 years, it could be 25, it could be 100 years that we're required to monitor, as long as there's still an impact. And so we just have to make sure that when we enter into an agreement with, that we look at all the factors.
Yeah.
That we don't overcommit to something that over its lifetime does not have a benefit to the town.
It's definitely a larger conversation. Even with the waste that comes off of it from rain events, like where we have to haul that to, can that come to the wastewater treatment facility? We don't know what those costs are going to look like. So that there's a lot of investigation work that we need to do before we really dig into this one. So.
Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to dump that waste in our lagoon, correct?
I have a very good feeling that it would not meet our requirements to be able to accept it there. And that means we'd have to truck it to a disposal site outside of town.
The hydrocarbons that need to get treated. We can't dump the hydrocarbons in our lagoon. So yeah, we need to take that into consideration too, that for a long time in the future, we're going to be responsible for that.
Interesting. Okay,
Awesome. Thanks, Shelley.
thank you.
So moving on to planning and development, I will cover planning and development. So for the airport, we have the rental revenue keeping around the same, slightly lower based on the trends in 2023. Our intermunicipal transfer, so that's the county that cost shares on the airport. So I think this year we need to go back to the county and see if they will reconsider the amount. But a few years ago, they said that they would cost share up to half of the airport, excluding several costs like insurance, up to $68,000. And so as you can see, it's never been half, but in 2021, excluding insurance, it was pretty close. But now with our contract, and the contract increased a little bit to Aerodrome, which is, a reasonable amount with inflation. Our share of the deficit is a fair bit higher now than the county. So that's a conversation that we can have with the county going forward, if they would reconsider their contribution. For land use and development, yes.
Just for rental revenue, should we have not have seen an increase in that since, was it last year that we allocated those additional lots for?
We just put those in, so it has not had an impact yet.
Okay, so it'll be next. Because there's a hangar being built too on the one, and then I think is there another one going to be built, Bill? On how many lots did we didn't do the full amount that was proposed last year, but we did.
There was, I think 7.
Yeah.
I want to say
We're supposed
7.
to see an increase in revenue of how much? Do you remember?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how quickly we rent them out and stuff. And so with this one being built, I'll go back and see when we're expecting that to change.
Okay.
But the expansion they were just working on it just here
Okay,
in like
so
the last
we'll
month.
maybe
So
next year
yeah,
see
yeah,
the
definitely.
difference. Okay.
And also with the airport, we did a fairly large increase in the hangar lease 3 years ago, I think, and it caused a fair bit of stir, and so we've held. And so by next year, I think we'll look at steady increases again. So when we have like a big increase one year, then we don't increase it again immediately the next. But I think it's time to start just small increases and try to not do a big one like that. If we just do small amounts each year, then we don't have to do that. Yeah.
I just want to, we also are developing a relationship, a much stronger relationship with them. So we'll start to see that kind of thing happen. And so that
I hope so.
we won't have that all of a sudden you've got to, pay more and we're not
Yeah.
paying attention. So I look forward to that.
Yeah,
Bill?
I think you're right.
What's the professional in general?
That is our amount we pay to Aerodrome for running the airport. Yeah,
And what's the term of that contract?
we're just negotiating it right now. Yeah. And going down to land use, this one, I mean, like licensing and permits, like seeing that increase is always exciting because it means that somebody's building in town. We had like a large increase there in 2022 because of the new school, which was awesome. And we decreased our budget back down to around the 100,000, but that doesn't seem to be holding on track this year. So we decreased the 2024 budget to 75,000. Salaries and wages, we had vacancies for large parts of some years. I'm just trying to think. 260, oh yeah. And then we bumped people on the grid, so there was an increase there. So, oh yeah, we had the clerk, no, not the clerk, the clerk 3 position was not always fully planning, but is fully planning now. And so we have three positions budgeted in that department. So the general manager of planning and growth, which is empty right now, are vacant, but it is budgeted. And then we have the developer and the clerk, the admin position. With the decrease in the expected revenue, we also have a slight decrease in expenses. Some of those are interconnected. We pay someone to inspect and stuff when we have permits. And then the special project was for the, so you'll see in 2022, 160 was budgeted, and then 20 was for like the MDP and the offsite levy projects that we don't need to refund as they're working on it. Land use is just the biomile development and the debenture payment for those is that bottom section there for land development.
Colin, go ahead, yeah.
This isn't necessarily for land development, but just debentures in general. Do we have a graph of, here's the debentures we have, how much time's left on them and those sorts of things?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a graph like for our own just accounting purposes, but I also link the payment terms and stuff into our funding, long-term funding and our debt limits. And so but if council's wanting to see specifically, we can talk about what debt we have, but we're definitely going to see some increase in our debt in the next coming years.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I guess where I'm kind of coming from there is it'd be nice to see what we currently have and where we're going and.
Yeah, I have
what our
that.
projections are. Yeah.
Yeah, some of those more technical, detailed, like trend and type conversations will happen before we start like talking about, cutting projects and stuff next week. Maybe later this week if you guys are real fast. But yeah, we'll talk about that kind of stuff for sure. That's it for planning. So economic development in the CTC. The economic development department is staying fairly similar. Slight increases to wages, just from the bumping to the grid last year. And then the energy efficiency, so that MEM program is ending. And so right now we do not have, we took that position down, the posting down. We're not going to hire that right now. Because if we were to hire it, it would be 100% funded by the town. And so that was a larger conversation with council to see if that was to add that person to the grid. So we took that out. And then the CETC. So here we see the first line for sales of goods and services is sort of our like events and our one-off classroom rentals and that kind of thing. And then line 2 was like when we had financial institutions renting for education space. So back when we had Norquest, we were making about $111,000 that they were paying us. And right now we don't have any confirmed institution partnership for like that type of rent revenue, but economic development is talking and we're always aiming to get there. We just don't have an amount to put in.
What about, we do receive compensation from one of our private partners from the whole, the healthcare aid program.
Yeah.
As well as tutoring and the
Yep.
homeschool. Where does all that?
That's all in that 43,000.
In the 43.
Yeah. Yeah. So, that's the revenue. And so then when we get to the expenses, they're pretty much on par from last year, not a huge change. So, with actually some of the expenses have went down. We looked like, so anyway, so CTC is staying relatively similar to last year, but always knowing that we want to bring it back to being closer to funding itself. And that's always the goal for us as administration, especially for economic development and to work towards. So we really hope that that's where it's going to go. Do you have anything to add in terms of partnerships that might be bringing out, significant revenue to the table? We're not at that point.
So we're not at the point yet to bring in more significant revenue, but those discussions are being had, right? So hopefully in 2024, we can start bringing new partners and sort of seeing what sort of revenue we can generate using the CETC through education.
So for donations, where do we see that? Education.
So we don't have any confirmed donations for 2024 for education.
Oh, so I guess, well, what about from the Cardium 70? Those were all for 2020?
Yeah, those we'll have to like calculate to see, like they'll probably just go right into reserves and that get funded back out into education. The revenues would be, I think we recorded it into administration for now, and then we're going to allocate it out. Have those monies all been received, Bree? Do you know? Yeah.
So where do we see that? Like, we still have dollars coming, I believe, from
That was in
Metal
2023, right?
We should still see, do we still see something from
Metal Next is finished this year
But where did we see it? Like,
in education.
so where in here do we see like Pembina, Whitecap? I think Rotary we still had, Metal Next. Where's that total from 2023?
The 2023 donations total?
Yeah, because so I said, where's the money from Cardium 70? And you said that's in the 2023.
Yeah. I believe it's in administration. I'll have to go look, but it's going to be put into education as it's being realized, right? So if it's a 10-year, then we're going to recognize it in education over a 10-year span. Because if it's a 5-year sponsorship, we can only allocate that much per year. So then we'll see that every year for the remaining of its time. But I will get you the total that raised. I mean, we talked about it earlier, but I will get it back to you too.
Yeah, because it'd be nice to know what we raised in 2023, what we've seen in 2022, what we're seeing that was allocated. I think we're having funds going to 2024. So we have dollars that have been allocated, are allocated or currently will be going into 2024. So that's why I was wondering where they're captured.
So in the actual in 2022 is the Metal Necks and Rotary, and then
That's
that
the
same,
62.5?
yeah, so 50 plus the 12.5. And then the same will be in 2023.
So for
with the in-
2023, it says 12.5.
Yeah, that Metal Neck, we just got like, I think it was like last month or something that we got it. It's just not been captured yet.
So we'll see the 12.5, we'll see the Metal Necks, we'll see Pembina, we'll see White
But
Cap.
some of those sponsorships are, you will not see all in one year because
Yeah,
they're.
but we'll still see a percentage.
Some of it,
them,
yeah, absolutely. But I can get you still what the total was, but we just won't recognize it in the revenue in 1 year.
Yeah.
But
Go
I
ahead,
think
Colin.
though, like for, it says 2023 budget on the right-hand side. I'm assuming it should be 24, right? But,
Oh,
but
yep,
there should be donations in there because from the Cardium 70, Pembina's committed, is it 10 a year or 15 a year or whatever? it
yeah,
is?
I just haven't I haven't done the allocations yet.
Amila?
So for the zero fee, year to date is 44,810, so we have about 100,000 left over from that for the next year.
Correct. Well, we've spent closer to 90, I think is about, so yeah, just to date, because we've just approved some more. And so the reason why you see 0 in the budget is because we're going to use the remaining from 2023 and some of the sponsorships that we put into reserves to fund 2024. That will be coming as like we have like a spreadsheet or a request, and with all that laid out, that will be coming to council, but that's why it's going to be 0. And so when council approves that, I will put the amount in here with an incoming reserve transfer in so that you're going to see it there, but that's why it's 0 right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And yeah, the wages are, because we had budgeted for the second position last year, but we hadn't filled it. So you don't see a change in the budget wages from 2023 to 2024, but we did fill the position. So the actuals will be increasing this year because that position's now filled, and Kundi's now, I guess, fully staffed as of next week, I believe. So it's very exciting. If you have any other questions regarding economic development or education for Kundi?
Amila, did you have a question? Just in regards to, so sales of goods and services, the 43,000, rental revenue. There's nothing in there.
Because that's where we were keeping the long-term, like the large institution contracts in this rental revenue line, and all the classroom space rentals and event rentals were going in the first line.
So in the sales of
Yeah,
services and goods, that includes event space as
Yes.
well? Or like weddings and stuff?
correct.
It seems low. Seems low for classroom space, because classroom space is $10 a day per student based on for the one program, and then all the weddings are increase.
Yeah, the thing with weddings is they happen for 3 months of the year typically. So we are very, very, very busy in the summer, but those spaces are not as busy in the winter. And classroom, yeah, we have healthcare aid, we have Northern Lakes, we have that homeschooling group, and then a bunch of more odds.
Tutoring.
Yeah,
We had a
tutoring,
business out of
other,
there.
yeah.
Bill, do you have
Yeah.
a question?
Under economic development, last year there was $50,000 budgeted for special projects. What is your definition of the special projects?
That's the approved projects that council, the projects the council approved that were one time, that we talk about later. That was last year. So that was for the needs assessment, labor and market assessment. Sorry, what's it called? Yeah, gap assist. But actually, we got, you see that 37,500 grant, or that money that came in? We actually got a grant to offset a lot of those costs, which is really good. Yeah, but that's what that is. So Kundi will have, he does have some other projects that he's bringing forward this year. And so if council is going to approve it, then it will fall under these special projects. So they're larger one-time projects that aren't capital, but are still, a council goes through and like approves them.
I'm just wondering if we should consider sort of a contingency fund for economic development, because sometimes there's things in economic development that perhaps is not budgeted for, but may come up during the year where maybe you have to do some traveling, maybe you have to do a presentation or who knows what sort of expenses are in economic development, but I think we should have a budget to encourage.
Yeah, I mean, you see both the professional and general this year, we do have a slightly larger amount in there to catch some of those types of things. If you see, you know, just over half of it was spent this year because we did, we had a vacancy for a while, and there is a little bit of space in there so that if there was a conference or something that Kundi could go to, there is some space, but I'm not sure what amount you're looking exactly at, but yeah, there is a little bit of space there that, if you wanted to go to a conference or somewhere to travel somewhere, that wouldn't be a huge amount, but there's some in there, some space. But I mean, we can increase it, like council can entirely do that. That's just.
Well, I just don't want to have, if there's a group of people comes in and he has to take them out for a lunch and a dinner or something, is that just going to be his credit card or is there going to be a fund allocated so that he knows he's got a budget to do that?
He has a supplies budget and a professional general budget, and so he has some space in there for that kind of stuff. We did some of that this year where Luke went to, you know, host a few different groups and stuff like that. So yeah, it's captured in the supplies and the professional and general, but it's not, yeah, again, I don't know what type of amount you were exactly thinking, but we do have an amount in there. And of course, we do, that's true. We do have a CAO contingency if there was something, you know.
Okay.
Camilla?
Thank you. So under economic development, there's salaries and wages for 153, and also under education, there's salaries and wages of 102. So I'm assuming there's 2 under one and 1 under the other.
So Kundi's wage is split between these functions.
Okay.
Marie Lynn's is split. Or no, Marie Lynn's I think is just in economic development. So part of Kundi's and Marie Lynn's is in economic development. And then in perhaps both of theirs is slightly in CETC because they do have a role at the CETC. And then the education coordinator is just in education. So you have the coordinator plus some of the reception plus some of Kundi's in education. So we try to see like how Kundi spends his time to make sure that his wages, the cost is realized in the correct area.
Okay.
So all together in the economic development and CETC, we have the manager, so Kundi, we have Marie Lynn, we have the education coordinator, and we have that the admin person. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you remember years ago, Elvira, that when we started tracking on council remuneration, we have a column for economic development and we started tracking to see, do we put that in here or do we show that or do we not really use that anymore?
For councils?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do?
Mhm.
So, but it's captured under one whole salaries and wages. It's not.
So we have, we'll get to that in a little later, but we have meeting fees where council's wages, I guess, go. And then we have a
Conferences.
professional development.
Yeah.
Where your conference, so you have like an allocation that each counselor gets like 5,000 or whatever the amount is. It's a separate code and that.
And then we have the economic development column.
Oh, separate from that?
Yes.
I don't
we-
remember that.
Because years ago, I think it was the last council, we had said that because we were putting so much time into council, we wanted to have a separate tracking for that. And that's where that column came up.
Oh, no, I don't remember
And
that.
so I was just wondering, do we see it reflected in here or was it
No,
grouped
no, it's
under
not.
all?
No.
It's grouped under all. Okay.
Maybe I'll see if I can look back and see how that worked, because I don't recall ever seeing anything like that, but I will look back. Maybe it was internally just with the admin position. Maybe she did that. I don't know, but I will look at it.
Because we were focusing so much time towards economic development, we wanted to see how much we were
council was
Yeah, because we
dedicating.
considered that being a separate budget or whatever on top of, so that's why we
Oh,
were
I
doing
see.
it. But if we're not doing it anymore, then do we really need to be having, because if we're not showing it, you know what I mean, anymore?
Yeah. There's no separate budget right now, I can say that,
Yeah.
but I'll look and see what used to happen and,
Okay.
yeah.
Heather? Yeah. Mhm.
I anticipate it's gonna be a lot. We never, now that somebody's dedicated to looking at renting things and pushing.
That.
So we have like pictures of both. Definitely push for. So, and we set up a few more with new TVs.
Yeah.
One point there was this one. So we really read them all fully because people when they go in or heard to be presentations and a lot of the classrooms. So we've taken the time to get them all set up on that.
Mhm. Increase. Oh, great.
Gas station there. So
Perfect. And we decided on we did an increase there last year, right, for the CTC when we talked about, okay, weddings and stuff like that. And then did we get the sound system and mics and everything? Are they now, because I know the last time we were there, we still struggled. Yeah.
yes, it is all fixed.
Mhm. Mhm. And the windows and all that. And I think the only other complaint that I get is how cold it is for events. Perfect. Perfect. Any other questions for CTC Economic Development Education? No. Okay, thank you.
So moving on to corporate services. First up is assessment and tax. That is where we pay our assessor to do our assessments, which went up a little bit, not a large amount. And then we have the tax discount code, which is where this is the final year for the Noble Growth tax write-off. And so we budgeted that. In IT, we have the main thing being some of our subscription costs going up in professional in general. But we have supplies going down a little bit and professional in general going up a little bit. And then finance, just slight increases as our audits become more expensive and Serenix bills go up, but not a huge increase. Support services, that's an in and an out, so there we won't see anything there. Asset management, so the money that council dedicated for the asset management plan, we're still using that money to complete the studies, so there's no extra money being required or asked for in 2024 as the project is ongoing and has already been funded. So really the costs remain the same for 2024. Are very similar, slightly up. And then we move on to administration. So at the top are our other revenues. So this is our tax fees, penalties, franchise fees, interest revenue and that. And so we have our penalties, we're expecting to decrease a little bit. It's because our outstanding amount, we've gotten a good handle on a lot of the old aging amounts. So we're expecting our penalties to actually decrease a little bit for that reason, which is, I guess, bittersweet. I don't know what you call that, but it's really good for, I mean, I'm proud of that, but yeah, it'll decrease we're expecting our penalties to decrease a little bit. Fortis and ADCO both are increasing as utility costs increase, our portion is increasing.
That's not, nothing that we didn't. change
Nope,
our fees.
yeah.
This is their.
We did not increase the rate. It was because of the increase in their distribution. And then the ticket sales for the gala, you can see that in actual, and we're not like budgeting for 2024. That was a one-time thing in 2023. And then we're moving on to council. So for meeting fees, we're increasing just slightly because it's looking like you'll be pretty close to the budget this year. So we just want to be safe there. And also, you know, with a couple of more committees being added and stuff, we just want to make sure that the budget is as accurate as we can have it. And so for so we have two lines there for, one is professional development and one is council development. And so the council development is where you each get an amount for conferences and such. So we're not changing it this year. We're not finding that you're using it all. And so we're leaving it the same. For general administration, we have business licenses actually going down a little bit. So what we found when we dug through business licenses is that we kept invoicing companies that they were one time, they came for a project and had bought a business license and they were in the system. And so next year we would send them a bill and so then we had a bunch of like stuff we had to write off because years later we realized like we can't get a hold, like there's just realizing that there was some cleaning up to do. And so we're expecting the actual business licenses to be down a little bit. So it's not that there's less businesses, it's just cleaning up the system a little bit. Salaries and wages up slightly, not a large amount. There's no new positions. Like in this, if there's any new positions being asked for, they're coming tomorrow and as a request. So this is just a combination of merit or the way people are placed on the grid if we hired new people and that kind of stuff. Professional in general, it decreasing a little bit, but it's not an actual decrease, but it's because the Christmas party and the golf tournament, those kinds of things were put into the HR budget instead. And so that's a reallocation more so than a decrease. The special project there are the costs for the gala, 133, I believe is that. So we don't have that repeated at all in 2024. Other than that, the rest of administration is pretty status quo. And then we move on to grounds, buildings, equipment, civic center. So we kind of went through thinking of how to capture the maintenance department because a large part of like the maintenance wages were being allocated here at the civic center. And so we budgeted for the wages here, but when we got through to start to thinking like we're saving money at other departments because of these maintenance workers, so we need to be spreading costs. So we didn't do that to all areas. It needs a little bit more discussion if we want to do that for some of our internal departments, but for like the Omniplex and like various different departments, if our staff spend a significant amount of time fixing there and reducing the repairs at that facility, then we should allocate that time there. So that's why you see the budget going from 174 in 2023 to 97. So that's just an allocation and that we are fully staffed. We have 3 maintenance workers and we're seeing, I'm going to get Hans to come up to just speak to the savings and just how that's going. But we are seeing savings in various mechanical and plumbing contracted services, which is really awesome.
And thank you for that. Sorry. So basically, Alvera said already a couple of items over there regarding this. So we went from a two-man crew, Barry and Ken Froese, to a three-man crew. The moment that happened, of course, we had a changeover from Ken going towards the asset management area, and we got William Campbell in there. That was a moment, of course, without cost increase. The third person, Roderick, was added as a extra addition, and council took the decision that was last year to went from 2 FTEs, full-time equivalent, to a maintenance crew of 3 FTEs, but with zero impact. That zero impact was only achievable to take a look into cost that you can find all over in the budget. And as said already, those cost reductions came in most of it in the 250 lines. And the 250 lines is general services, where our contracts were sitting with our, let's say, external companies that we could eliminate based on the fact that we have in-house journeyman services. So the biggest items over there is in the Omniplex. So that's where you can find that number that went from $113,000 to 68. So that's the $45,000 there. The pool has the same item. And of course, we know in the pool, we are going to the first year with the increase maybe on our side of cost. So we kept that reserved, or let's say on the safe side, 20K over there. Water treatment plant is another one. Where was 9K found. The water treatment plant doesn't show like that, but you heard earlier already, the desludging is an addition in that budget area because that's an additional service. So you don't see it as a clean reduction over there. The same happens basically in other areas that's possible. The CTC is one of those, but there are also other areas that were not contracted and that we see the savings directly on the contract, but more on the possibility of this journeyman inside our organization. So Civic Center, for instance, a $7,500 reduction, and in animal shelter as well, where we find those services, especially for our heating systems, et cetera, that are done with our journeyman bill in there. So in that sense, we needed to find more than $85,000, which we did in those reductions. And that basically offsets our new guy, Roderick, to be part of that the third person in our maintenance team.
Thanks, Hans.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? No.
All right, the next area is census and election, and we're not, the election costs will come in next year, I guess. Is it next year? 2025? Yeah. I mean, next budget cycle, I guess. So we don't have any costs there associated with for next year. Human resources. So we have various, I'll just open it, but it's some legal things budgeted just in case we have consultants, or if we need to pay moving costs to motivate anyone to come here, those kinds of expenses. We have ads, job ads. We pay for certain platforms to host those on. So that's what is included in the human resources budget. Oh, and the staff events. And so what is going to come separately from human resources as a special project will be COLA and staff perks and training and such. For communication, so the special project in here last year was like the training that council approved and the merit. And then in communications and promo, so this is where Jen's department, Jen's wage and the Kelsey's wage are being recorded, her contract. Oh, actually her wage is being recorded as admin, but the contract is being recorded here. And so we have the citizens, no, that's not right. What is it called? The Pull Together Engagement Platform, if council remembers that, where we have, if we're doing like we're communicating large projects and the status of projects online. So that council approved that last year, and that's an ongoing cost. So we have that that's increasing it. It was in under special projects last year, but moved into the core operating budget this year. We have increases in some various expenses throughout, and then also the contract to keep Tangent on increased a little bit, is a little higher than what we budgeted for previously.
Sorry, you said that was all in professional general,
Correct.
but there's no salaries and wages here?
No, Jen's wages in admin.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, HR, finance, communications, they have like their expense codes, but the wages are always, they've always been in admin and so we just leave it there. And then the community, so the supplies went down because last year we increased because we were lacking a lot of supplies. And so we did a really large order for various promotional items. And so that will be like every maybe 3 years, we'll have a larger amount to stock up. If it were more, I would spread that cost out, like I would prepay it. But in this case, we're only expecting to go down to the typical amount. And grant,
With that, Elvira, we did stock up then, just because I know we had lots of requests or things going on and we didn't have a lot of promotional or swag and things, but we're good now, where we feel got lots?
yeah. Yeah, and like it doesn't include things like, it doesn't include like hoodies, for example, or stuff like
Yeah.
that. It's just like stuff to give like to other external groups, yeah. And then community or grants to organizations, this is where the quarterly grants, when people apply, community groups apply for things, this is where that gets allocated from, which we're keeping the same this year. And the last,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry.
No, sorry. So human resources, professional general services, what projects you mentioned, what events?
There's legal costs, job postings. Here, let me give you some more details. Service awards, correct? Yeah. Oh, you're right there.
Cool.
Just answer. I didn't realize you were right there. Yeah, legal, some training, like for human resource training. So like every department, you know, we like to be able to make sure everyone gets to have professional development. Some recruitment, employee recruitment. So every once in a while, if we hire someone maybe from a different province or from a different town, then we cover some of their moving expenses. Job ads and some consultants. So includes any third-party consultants for like investigation, survey needs, policy development assistance, performance management, overhaul, things like that. And then staff events. So the Christmas party and the golf tournament.
Okay, so this was not there prior to last year. Was it somewhere else at that time?
Yes,
Look at it somewhere
yes, it used to, we never used to separate out human resources. It was all under administration. And so it was just when it was getting hard to kind of manage when we had like 4 or 5 different managers whose training and stuff was like all their expenses were in one. So it made sense to move human resources so that they have their own budget to work from and to record. And it's just, yeah, it just works better. So a lot of the expenses came from admin at that time. And so now are being recorded here. Last year, council did increase some of the HR for sure. Like there is an increase overall, but not this year. That was last year. Yeah.
Colin?
Yeah, I guess we haven't really talked about it, but with respect to arbitration and legal
Yeah. So,
fees, where does that fit?
so far we were fine with the budget we had this year for legal. And so I didn't increase the budget for legal for next year, expecting that we'll have less legal costs actually than in 2020.
Where would it fit? Those
Oh, in the
just
next-
Under G&A, professional general?
In administration, yeah.
Yeah.
General administration, professional and general.
So we're not anticipating that we're going to go up at all then, really?
No.
And you mentioned on finance, professional general as well. What kind of services are we?
Auditor and Serenic is the big ones.
Okay.
Those are
For the software.
Yeah, for the software. So it's about half and half of that budget. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then the last one, second to last, I guess, is safety. the professional in general, we had additional training that was approved in 2022 outside of the budget, mid-year. It was, I believe it was covered by the contingency. You see 90,000. And then we reduced the budget in 2023 because we did, I think, a fair amount of training in 2022, but we're going to see an increase again in 2024. And there was a couple courses that we are required to do that just increases our safety training. And I'm going to tell you kind of what they are. So we have, in general, we have our work hub program is, I think our work hub program is council aware of it. So that's where we require staff to keep up to date with all the training and we reward them in points and you can buy things from those points. So that's a chunk of that is what that is. And then we have a small increase in training that she's requesting, and it's for bullying and harassment training, flag person, and train the trainer. And then, yeah, that's all the increases there for professional in general for safety. Other than that, there isn't much of a change in the safety. The WCB, it always looks funky, but we pay the expenses for WCB out of this code and then we allocate it across. And so we don't have a budget for it here. We budget for it across our benefits codes.
So why do you put salaries and wages in here, not in with admin?
Just to keep consistent, because this safety has been reporting to various, like it's not always been under admin. And so it doesn't really fall under admin. So safety has been, when you look at where it has often fell in the public works side. And so it has always been recorded separately, whereas the other positions are all technically like administration, civic center administration wages. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I guess I just ask for, I guess in a sense, FOIP or personal when you look at how many are in departments and it's not being recorded. And then I look here. So that's where I wonder why it's not being a little bit more discreet, I guess. Is that the right thing I'm looking for, Alicia? You know what I mean, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could come and ask how many people are in that department and what it covers and then figure it out. Yeah, I mean, in big departments, it's a lot harder to do. Is that what I mean?
Yeah, so you're kind of all lumped under.
Yeah,
So then
I've
when I
thought of that
look at-
before,
When I look at communications and I look at HR and I look at that, so that's kind of where my reasoning goes. So then when I look here, I'm like, well, why is that?
Yeah, no, I get what I get what you're saying, but as far as I know, there's no, I mean, I've never ran into.
Or would they be, could they be?
Yeah.
Lumped under safety, but then I guess it's different, right?
But that's the reason is it's kept, has been separate and it has been reported to different departments. So it kind of is kept.
Where does
by
safety
itself.
fall under?
Right now it falls under the CAO, but it has in the past fallen under various other general managers, most recently infrastructure or municipal services, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. And then we have the CAO contingency. So if you remember conversations about, we started at 500,000 and then we kind of took a chunk of that and put it in reserves. I didn't do that this year because in my opinion, I would not suggest going a lot lower for the contingency than what we're at. A couple reasons for it, because when you're managing a $12 million to $13 million budget, just, stuff happens, but also because we don't have that, like our general surplus, I guess, it's not there. We don't have something to catch us for deficit. So having a little bit there to make sure that it doesn't impact next year's taxes if we do go over, it's just a bit of a safety net. So that's why I did not reduce it this year. However, we can, as we move forward, we can have that conversation if council feels like it, but that's why I left that as is for right now.
Okay.
That is all.
Wow, great job. Okay,
I was
Colin.
just going to Wally, is that consistent with, your experience, that contingency fund?
The CO contingency fund? It oftentimes called different things, but yes, there's usually some form of fund that you can go to solve issues, whether it be legal issues, confidential issues, or some type of critical failure. Yeah. I haven't seen it called a CAO contingency fund. I've seen it called a operating contingency fund. That's usually how I've seen it, but all in all, it's the same.
And I guess the question is, does the number there, the figure, does that make sense to you or?
On my initial review of the organization, I would say yes. You know, I'm a pretty fiscally responsible person, so I would hope not to have to use that, but we already talked about a couple of occasions where it might come into play. So it looks pretty standard.
And that is it. That comes to
Yeah, I mean,
everything in a timely fashion. Thank you very much. You
Yeah.
did a fantastic job.
thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Tom?
Just a quick follow-up. You were talking about the wages and you were sort of trying to figure out how that all works together and somebody's over here, somebody. If I go to the pie chart,
Yes.
does it all come under that?
Correct.
Okay, so it fits
Yeah.
into the pie chart.
If they're an employee of ours and we pay their wages and benefits, it comes under that salaries and wages area. Yeah. Yeah, that's why when, in this specific situation, it's not an allocation between functions, but that's why when we talk about public works or utilities, and we're looking at shop and yard and equipment and stuff, and you see some variances in between, because one year, somebody might spend more time in the shop versus whatever. And so that's why I like to address it as a whole, because it's more indicative of what's actually happening compared to looking at just the portion of that whole budget. So that's why I talk a lot about, yeah, it looks a lot right now, like in this specific area, but if you look at overall in this department, it's where we would expect.
And I think it goes to that point that we've been wrestling with for some time when the county came through and said, geez, I see you're charging. You're
Yeah,
charging for
yeah.
people to do this and do this. Why should we be paying for that? And so it's the transparency that I think needs to be there. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's two sides to it, right? It's from just somebody just looking from the outside in, it's just like, oh, where'd you come up with that number? But from internally, it's this struggle of how much time do you spend calculating to the $50 accurate amount. What kind of, it's not giving us any operational efficiencies as an organization. So how much of that do we do because we have cost sharing, right? And so we eliminated that entirely, but going forward as our relationship improves, my professional opinion is that we need to reestablish some of those because they are legitimate costs spent to run the Omniplex and to run the pool that we currently aren't using there in an effort to gain back some trust and have some good faith, which I totally understand. But as we repair that, I think we need to, because it is not, there is time spent, in finance, in management, for those departments that aren't being realized. And so, yeah, but you're correct. We did eliminate a lot of that for that reason, a few years ago.
Bill?
Thank you. So all your 2024 budget numbers are based on a 3%?
2024? No.
No, that's.
Nope, 2024, 25 and 26 going forward is 3%, but 2024 is based on what we're expecting. Like we went through, what do the trends say? What are our fees increasing? Are we talking revenue, tax revenue?
Yeah.
No, I haven't put anything in 2024.
Okay.
No increase at all right now.
So right now, this operating budget, based on last year's tax revenues, would
Correct.
cover.
Here, I'm gonna share a screen. I actually wanted to share this earlier. Maybe I don't have it open. Oh yeah, I do. Can you drag it over for me, Berkeley? Council will be familiar with this layout, I believe, from last year. So at the top is our our net surplus, 1.9 million. With 1.3 million going to tax payments. It's tax payments, oh my God, debt payments. And so that leaves the $663,000 that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about reserves. That's what it leaves now for reserve contributions, operating projects, anything else. So we start at the top at 663, but we're seeing here as it stands, we need to look at taxing for at least 500,000 for the fire. We have $1 million of projects on the operating requests and up to 1.2 million capital projects that we either don't have reserves for and either can't get debt for or doesn't make sense to borrow on. And then the recommended reserve transactions that we're needing, which means that we're $3 million short is what that means if we were to eliminate nothing at all. And so this is where we work through some of those things, right? And so at $3 million, I mean, no surprise, it'd be a huge increase. For average residential, it would be $600 increase, and average commercial would be $4,000. And I'm not suggesting that. I'm just giving some context to some of the decisions. Like you're out of town, right? I'm just giving some context to the conversations that are coming up in the next few days. And so with no tax increase, that's where it stands. So no tax increase and no special projects kind of eliminated. We did go through and choose to not bring some forward that we could maybe reprioritize, but for the most part, you know.
To 500,000.
Yeah, we found some things. We went through and we found some things. One of the things was the education and choosing to fund it from some of the surplus from this year. So that was one, and just some various smaller things, some fee increases, but yeah, it was 500 when we last talked. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what so tomorrow we'll start with the fee schedule, and there's not as many changes as last year. Last year was pretty extensive because it had been a while since we did a real overhaul. So this year won't be as much, but there are some change recommendations. And then we'll start with operating projects and we'll go through these and see what council's appetite is, move into capital, and then we'll come back on Tuesday and start making some decisions. You guys will be.
Do we know what our assessments are?
We do not. We don't expect much of a change. We don't have we won't have an accurate amount until February, but as of right now, our assessor doesn't think that there will be much change at all, either direction. So that's the best information we have. I will check back in with him. But we spoke Leah spoke with him a couple weeks ago and he didn't think there was going to be much of a change. So
But we can discuss mill rates as well.
yeah, I mean, the assessment means that the percent of your tax, increases, but it doesn't change per resident, average residential or commercial, right? Just means the way that if your assessment decrease, so does your taxes. So then we just have the rate will go higher, but the impact will be lower or the same.
Tom?
At lunchtime, I was asking how, I'm listening to the city of Edmonton and they go through their budget talks. And I hear them say things like, okay, we're sending administration back to find $129,000 worth of savings. And I'll see you in the morning.
I haven't got there yet, Tom.
Does that have any ring of reality to it?
It does. So in particular with the larger cities, staff or administration will have projects that they feel need to get done. Right? Just almost like your corporate business plan that you've approved. There was a ton of projects in there that really, we shouldn't be reporting on for council. There's different mechanisms for them to see those expenses, but they're crucial for staff to get done to find efficiency in the future, like snow removal, whatever it may be. So, it happens where a council will say, go and find another $500,000. For us, we've already done that exercise. When I got here, it's really been one big meeting. And a lot of it has been going through all the budgets to learn as much as I can. And through that process, as the GM of Corporate Services just said, you know, we scrubbed a lot of things out that we thought, not this year, right? So there was a number of staff asks where we said, not this year. Very tough budget year, and we're doing our best to keep it down. So we've reached that point now where really the decisions are coming to council are council's decisions. They're going to impact service levels. We're not. That's not our role to make those decisions. That is yours. And you know, when you look at most of the increases that you see, they're related to utilities and union negotiations or the result of the implementation of that salary grid. So, and when we go through capital, there'll be some of the capital items in there for sure. You're going to want to make decisions on. You would ask a number of capital items be deferred to this year. And so they're coming back. So you will see those. That answer your question, Councillor?
I think it does. I didn't see that as being a fair way to approach it because I'm sitting at this table in front of people that I think have scrubbed it, just as you said. And I think that what rolls out of that, though, is a question about whether we'll see the stuff that you scrubbed and whether you would say, gee, I wouldn't have made that decision. I think you should bring that back in. Or we go in empty-headed and say, this is what you have before you have $1 million. Here's how you're going to spend it.
Well, I mean, we could, I'm not sure if we kept track of some of the reductions that we've made. I mean, we can show those to you. But at the end of the day, that only adds to the pressure that's put upon you. So we looked at it as administration, said, and we did it from a consensus perspective to make sure that everybody was okay with that. So I don't, honestly, I don't know if we tracked what some of the reductions that we made or not. I'd have to defer to Elvira.
Well, and to the point, will it add any value?
I don't think so. You're already in a position where you're going to have to make some very tough decisions in the next few days of budget deliberations. Again, I wouldn't want to add to that pressure.
But for communication purposes, yeah, like you see where we've made some sacrifices and that don't impact service levels, but that we still were able to make. So I wanted to just show you this before we end. So this is the 10-year projections, and up here is where I have the 0% for 2024 and then 3% in the following years. But I want to show you at the bottom where you see this 663 again. Oh, it's a familiar number. And that is the amount left over after debt payments for other things, reserves, projects. And so you see that amount slowly increasing over time and then decreasing because we have more debt payments coming. And because of the increase on debt pressures as we move forward, you see that actually getting smaller in 2034. But if I go up here and I put, because of the compounding effect of taxes, or what did we do last year? Let's do 5.5. That's what you did last year. And so what was 50,000 is now 1.2 million at the end of the 10th year, right? Just because it isn't just for 1 year a tax increase, it increases it. That's the effect it has on a 1 year increase. And also the exact same impact reverse when you decrease. So, yeah, so that's, I just wanted to show you that and just.
And sorry, with that, that's the slated capital projects, right, that are on that 10-year plan?
No, this is operating.
Sorry,
Yeah,
operating.
this is just core operating.
To maintain.
Yeah, this is core operating and how we're expecting expenses to increase. And then, of course, the revenues. I always increase revenues over time as well for that reason. And so just to show council that, like, what a relatively small increase in 1 year can have as you move through time. Yeah, yeah. Compounding.
Compounding, yes. Colin?
I mean, this is also assuming a population remains the same. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is not considering new development.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for today. Everyone did a fantastic job. Like I said, I know there's a lot of work and time that goes into this, so we certainly appreciate it. And we have quite a few more long days ahead of us. So thank you again, and we'll be back at this tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I will adjourn our meeting at 2, I'm going to make Bill wait, 2:30 PM.